Hello YouTube, it's Treladero. Welcome back to another live stream. Okie dokie. Thumbs up, latency test. Yeah, everything is working well. Let's crack those knuckles. Alright, so it's been a little bit since I played some Dwarf Fortress. So let's get back into it. So we're doing our world. Oh, hey Cindy, welcome back. Glad you're able to catch a stream. I hope you're doing well. So we're back at Nomishul, the Windy Realm, and Kurlan Linkot, the Holy Ink Fortress. So let's hop back in. We're at year 107, late autumn, so we're almost at 108, which means we'll be getting close to our goal of 10 years, and then from that point on, who knows? Probably keep going, or maybe start a new world. I haven't decided yet, but yeah. I mean, one thing you can do is you can start a new fort in the same world. So we'd be able to be in the same world, but a different situation. Your phone's lagging? Let's see if there's anything on my end. Everything looks good on my end, so that's pretty weird. Are you able to hear me okay? Holy cow. Forgot how many animals we had. It's busted. Okay, that's too bad. Okay, well, as long as you can hear me, that's really all that matters. I'm not sure what we're going to be doing today. Probably expanding the military, I think. I think we should make a couple more squads of soldiers just in case we want to invade somebody. So let's get down to that. Seems better now? Okay, good. Just got to remember how to play this game. We dug into the Underdark, or whatever you want to call it. Underdark is D&D, but that's a pretty good name for it. And we now have this fungus, sparse floor fungus, everywhere. Look how much it's spread. Yeah, look at this. And this lets it grow mushrooms underground, too, which is pretty cool. Cave wheat, young tower caps, fungi wood, plump helmets. If we could get more plump helmets, that would be really good. And like, look, there's just mushrooms growing everywhere here. Absolutely crazy. And down here too. The well, still going alright. We managed to get all the bodies out. Yeah, the fungus is pretty crazy. Doesn't seem to grow on stone though, which is interesting. Okay, I see some minerals. So let's dig that out. Okay, I've unpaused it. Let's get all of this stuff, tetrahedrite. Okay, just keep on putting out some dig orders. Get all this stuff. Too bad we haven't found more gold. May sound cruel, but I kind of wish someone would come after us. Okay, where's the other staircase? Right here. Yeah, I wonder if we can get rid of those stairs. Okay, and here's 50. It's a shame we haven't found any flux. That was one thing that I hadn't really thought about until embarking on this adventure. Is that as deep as we go? No, I think we go deeper too. 75. Yeah, we're down to 75, so let's start digging that out. One thing to keep in mind is that if we dig too deep, we'll go into hell. And hell exists in every Dwarf Fortress world. It's a lair underneath everything, and it's full of monsters. So what an experienced Dwarf Fortress player like Blind would do is he would find hell, and he would cave in hell by digging a big hole above it and just dropping everything down on top of the monsters and kill them. But I don't know how to do that, so a masterwork has been lost. Oh, weird. Oh yeah, there is hell. Yeah, it's just like real life. You dig too deep, you find the Balrog. Which is pretty funny. More stuff. We watched the Lord of the Rings movies. And probably some of the best movies of all time. Like, if you study the production, probably one of the best made movies of all time. And it's just fantastic. Like, all the tricks of getting you to see how small the hobbits were. Like, they had stunt doubles that were like super short, and then they had the actors who were like sort of short. So the actors were like 5'6", but the stunt doubles were probably like closer to 4'11", which is pretty funny that you can find people that short and they're like normal, right? Because they weren't dwarfs, right? Dwarfs have odd proportions sometimes, whereas like a short person is just a short person. So we started watching Star Wars, and the guy who plays the Ewok in Return of the Jedi was in Episode 1. He played himself, and then he also played a Rodian. Those are the Greedo guys. Yeah, Greedo. The blue guys with the antennas and stuff like that. He plays one of those too. And he's got the dwarf look, right? Where his arms and legs are kind of short for his body. And he's famous. He's probably the most famous dwarf until Peter Dinklage came around. But the problem with Peter Dinklage is he doesn't believe in dwarfs being in movies anymore. So they're doing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, or dwarves, whatever. And he's like, oh, you shouldn't use real dwarfs. It's like, why the hell not? Are you the only one that gets to have a job? You know, like, that's kind of silly. There's nothing disrespectful about using your look to your advantage. You know, people do it all the time. You know, if I could get by on just my looks alone, I wouldn't have to stream. Yeah, exactly. If it's not me, so that's what's ridiculous. And he's a bit of an arsehole. He used to voice act in a game called Destiny, but he got kicked out. I'm not sure why. Let me look that up before I start talking smack about the guy. That's the first thing that pops up. Oh, he was too busy with Hollywood. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, like, not wanting other people to have a job is kind of silly. Like, but it's Hollywood, right? It's all silly. Maybe he thinks they can't handle it. I don't know. But, yeah, there were other guys, like, the dude who played Mini-Me in Austin Powers, right? He was pretty famous. He was in a lot of stuff for a while, too. And it's better than reality shows, right? Like, there's the show Little People, Big World. I hate reality TV shows. They're exploitive. Oh, there's a thief. Okay, get out of here, you scoundrels. I wonder where these kobolds keep coming from. Okay, we're here. Yeah, people that are into reality TV, you know, I get that you find it entertaining, but it's soul destroying for the people involved. So, have you ever heard of the YouTuber or online personality Mr. Beast? The guy will like, oh, here's a chance to win $100,000, and all you have to do is stay in this pool and be the last one to stay in the pool. You know, like stuff like that. And putting people up against each other and having them compete is extremely cruel because they're doing it for money, and those people need that money. That's why they're doing it. Like, I don't covet wealth. That's why I'm not doing anything like working a job or anything like that. Like, you know, I live with my parents, so you know, I'm not very ambitious, right? But I like being with my mom, so I don't really care. You know, as long as she's around, I want to stick around with her. But not everyone's like that. Like, some people's parents want them to leave as soon as possible. Making wells in Africa? Oh, well, that's ambitious. As long as he's not shooting them up with vaccine. Your husband, my brother, sent me some Instagrams. I actually started trying to catch up on them because it's been a while since I looked. And they're saying that Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates were rounding up all these wild animals and shooting them up with mRNA vaccine. And they know about it because hunters were writing about it in their publications, which is kind of scary. Instagram bomber, yeah. I think he's kind of creepy, but that's just me. Like, I don't know. If I had money, I wouldn't be putting up people to compete over it. Like, another Instagram is S&B Mowing. I don't know if you've heard of that. But this guy goes around and he cuts the lawns of people's houses for free. He just records a video of it. Well, there's this woman. Oh, brother is an Instagram bomber. Yeah, I know. He's on it, like, constantly. Which is cool, you know. It suits his attention span better because, like, he'll fall asleep playing a video game. So, Instagram's probably a little more stimulating for him. But yeah, S&B Mowing. There was this lady. Her house was overgrown, but she was too old to cut the grass herself. So, he offered to cut the grass, but the house was in rough shape, so he put out a collection, and 20,000 people donated over $550,000. So they're going to fix up her house, fix up her property, and all that stuff. Like, that's super cool, you know? That's what you do with your fame. You know, you give people money. You don't make them compete for it. Because I don't really believe that competition breeds excellence. I think competition breeds idiocy. Yeah, it is amazing. And the guy takes no credit for what he does. So it's like, holy crap, you know? Like, that's a really good guy. You know, not Mr. Beast. But some people like alpha male jerks, you know? Like, you know, some people are just into that. Like, I like jerks to an extent, but I don't really respect them. Yeah, exactly. The guy was dead inside. Like, that's super creepy. It kind of makes me think about living on my own, because, like, what if I have a stroke or a heart attack, you know? I could just be dead and rotting, and no one would know for, like, months, right? Because what's going to happen is the people that you owe money to, they'll let you go for, like, if it's your rent, they'll let you go for, like, a month before they show up. But, like, your bills, like your electricity or anything like that, like, that'll go on for months. without anybody knowing that you're there. So it's not a good situation. Yeah, you gotta have a support system, because otherwise, you know, stuff could happen to you. Okay, this is all diorite. I don't think there's much you can do with that. Okay, let's dig some creeper tunnels. Yeah, I would not want to make a lot of money. I would only want to make enough money to cover my expenses. Because, like, you know, what do you need a lot of money for, right? Emergencies. That's what you really need money for. Like, oh, I need to get a new pair of glasses, or I stepped in mud and I need new shoes, or something like that. You know, that's what you really need money for. Not like vacation, right? Everyone likes taking vacations. But the thing about vacations is the places that you can go to get the most out of your money are not that great. Like Disney World. I've been to Disney a few times. I'm very fortunate to have had that happen. But the last time I went, you know, I kind of just decided that it wasn't for me anymore. You know, I wasn't a kid, and it was just too much money, right? Like, I spent a lot of money to go. I pretty much spent all my money to go, and I hated that whole trip. And the thing is, to get the most out of a Disney vacation, you really have to go when the weather's good. Because when you go and it's hot, that's the worst. Like, it's absolutely terrible. Like, the weather is just so bad. And you're there for like 8 to 10 hours. So I didn't really enjoy that the last time, but maybe kids would, because they have a little more resilience. But like, that's the thing. Disney is just it's a corporation now, right? Disney used to be an animation company making movies. And that's fine. But they're too big now. They're way too big. Like, there's what? How many Disney parks are there? I'm going to look that up. Because you compare it to, like, a Universal Studios. There's only one Universal Studios. How many Disney parks in the world? Holy cow. So there's Disneyland in California, Disney World in Orlando, Florida, Tokyo Disney Sea, located in Chiba Prefecture, Japan, Tokyo Disneyland in Tokyo. So Japan has 2 Disneys. And then Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Paris. Kind of funny that Paris ended up with their own Disney. Yeah, like, when you went on trips, you just went somewhere, right? Like when you went to New Jersey, right? You just went there and you checked it out. You didn't like set up a resort or anything like that. You just went. And that's the best thing to do. Because like, that's how you experience the real America, is by just going through it, right? Not staying at some park. Like the first couple of times I went to Disney, we stayed in Kissimmee. And it was like a trailer park. And it was really cool because the trailers were nice. They had a swimming pool. And there was animals everywhere. Holy cow. Like little lizards, armadillos, you know, ants. I found an alligator in a pond. It was just a little one, probably like 3 feet. But I found an alligator. So that was really cool. Like, I had way more fun at the trailer park than I did at the Disney park. That's weird. But I'm a weird person, okay? The last time we went, we stayed in a house. It was like a mansion, basically, compared to the houses we have. Oh, yeah. It was at least 3 feet. Like, the thing was, like, freaking big. But he was skinny, right? Yeah, he was just sitting there in a pond. And I'm like, holy cow. But I didn't go too far. Very sterile in the house. Yeah, I kind of enjoyed the sterility. Like, as an adult, I enjoy comfort now. It was cool just having a big freaking house to sit in and watch TV and play video games and stuff like that. But I would not want to have a house like that in real life. And I'm not much of a pool guy anymore, so I didn't really use the pool. But it was a good place to recover from the day. And, yeah. Man. I wish I had did more stuff during that trip. I kind of, like, kept myself from doing stuff, but that was a different time. That's when I started realizing something was wrong with me. Because it's like, why are you not having fun? I don't know! Why am I not having fun? Yeah, I was. Yeah, not surprising. But, yeah, holy cow. But, yeah, if I was to go on a vacation again, I would love to just go to Toronto and just find a place, like, find a stretch of area that you could explore and just check things out, because, like, the big city has everything. Like, when Bro and I went to the trade show, the train station in Toronto was 3 levels and had a whole bunch of stores. Like, there was a Nespresso store that I really wanted to check out, but we didn't have the time. And, yeah, stuff like that. Like, I find that cool. And I've gone there for, like, comic books. I've gone there for games. Gone there for toys. Like, all kinds of cool stuff. But it has to be in walking distance. So, you know how they talk about 15-minute cities? Like, I wouldn't mind living in one. Yeah, like, checking stuff out like that is pretty cool. It's the same thing as going to the mall, right? Like, we used to have a mall close to where we lived, and I would go to it all the time. Yeah, nicer weather? Exactly, yeah. Like, if we could take the train to Toronto and then just kind of walk around or whatever, that would be pretty cool. Quality, yeah. We could probably find something. I'm not really big on big shows anymore, like concerts and stuff like that. Like, the trade show I went to with Bro. Like, it's not that I didn't enjoy myself, but I recognized that I wasn't a big fan of big crowds. But the beer helped. Yeah, having the free beer was excellent. Like, if I just want to do something, like spend a bit of money, I go to a restaurant. Yeah, that's right, you're going to Orlando, which is pretty exciting. I hope you guys have a lot of fun while you're down there. Oh yeah, like, the trade show was super interesting. There was a lot of stuff in there that was quite interesting, like fixing broken pipes. They had these things where you'd put it on the end of a drill, and it's like a line, and you put it down the line, and you spin the drill, and it shoots resin through the pipe, and that seals the cracks, which is pretty cool. Or like the scanners, they had these scanners. It was like a tripod with a laser, and the laser would spin super fast, and it would scan an area and give you a 3D picture. So you'd have all the dimensions, all the measurements just on your computer. And they had a lot of education too. Like, people were trying to get me to sign up for gas fitting, sign up for electrician, sign up for this, sign up for that. It's really cool, because they even have a school where I live for gas fitting. But I'm like, nah. Like, I'm not a perfectionist. I like averages. So, instead of doing one thing really well, I'll do 100 things kind of okay. That's kind of how I do my YouTube. Instead of doing really well on one thing, which would take a lot of work, I just make it as easy as possible. You know? Like, having Cindy here makes this game really easy because it's someone to talk to, right? And I like talking to people. I like sharing my experiences. I like educating people. It's fun. Always have enjoyed that. You know, that's kind of what my childhood taught me, was that different people can be interesting, but they can be terrifying too. Like, elementary school I went to was known as the ESL, or English as a Second Language School. So we had a lot of kids from different countries. all around the world. All different languages, all different people. And the same with the teachers, too. The teachers were multinational as well. So they would teach us stuff about their culture. And that was super cool. Way more interesting than regular school. Because regular school was always boring to me. Like, oh man, how do I put this? Like, every time I went to school, I just wanted to go home. And the only thing that made school bearable was the people that were there. Sometimes the teachers were cool, sometimes the kids were cool, sometimes they weren't, you know? As I got older, it got better because I had more self-control. You know, when I was a little kid, all I wanted to do was play video games. Like, straight up, that's all I wanted to do. Because that was the most bang for my buck. And even though I get a little silly when I play sometimes, it was quite enjoyable. Let's make some more squares here. Gotta look for gold. Part of me would like to go back to school, but part of me doesn't, because I'd probably get bored of it. Like when I was staying with you, Cindy, and I did the adult day school, that was boring, but I had good grades. Like I got a 91 in English and an 84 in chemistry, which was way better than I did in high school. Because I was basically, I started off grade 12 really good, trying out for stuff. I tried football, I tried drama, I tried all kinds of stuff. And I found out that I didn't like any of it. I didn't like it at all. So I just settled on skipping class and playing video games. But then I started dating, and that just turned me into a total idiot. Oh, nice. That's cool. How many weeks is that gonna go for? I would love to learn sign language, but my brain doesn't handle languages very well. 13 weeks? That's not bad. Keep you busy for a few months. Like, what I need to do, I need to find, like, a cooking class around here that I can take. Because that's something I would spend money on, as a cooking class. Because that's something useful. Like, my ability to cook has helped me with the ladies so much. Because, like, people, not just ladies, but people appreciate when you do stuff for them, especially cooking. You know, like, I appreciate that mom cooks all the time. Because it's nice, you know, you don't have to do it, you don't have to clean up. Well, you should clean up, but whatever. But yeah, like, I've cooked some really interesting things for people, just kind of off the cuff. Like, my girlfriend was coming over, so I started cooking up. I found some whipping cream in the fridge, and I turned it into a sauce. You cook the cream in a pan until it thickens, then you add some butter and season it with salt and pepper. Oh, nice. He made you a lasagna? Oh, man, that's really good. Oh, man, Mom's lasagnas were so good. I don't know what she did. She put cream of mushroom soup in them and tomato sauce, and they were just so freaking good. That's good. I'm jealous of you. Because now, like for a while, Mom couldn't eat a lot of stuff, right? Because she was having those stomach issues. Well, she can eat that stuff now. It's just a matter of will she cook it? So I talked her into making chili this week. We're going to have chili probably on Friday. And her chili is different. There's no beans in it. It's just meat and sauce. So if you're picky, well, you can eat that. Oh, someone's dead. This is the guy that was throwing up. Dodok is dead. Okay. Well, we need to cut a shelf for him. Do we have any slabs? I might have to make more. Yeah, I don't have a doctor. That's the problem. He's injured and unconscious, but we have no doctor. Count Consort? Is he a guest? Yeah, me too. Like, because that's something she really enjoys doing is eating. Like she's always been a big eater, and she jokes about this, but like, oh, even when I'm sick, I eat. You know, when I get sick, I don't want to eat, but her, she's like, oh, I want to eat more. So I'm glad she's doing better now. Like everything seems to be okay. My dad's sick right now. He went for a procedure in the hospital, and now he's got like the worst throaty cough I've heard in a long time. It sounds like he's got like emphysema or something. It's terrible. So I feel kind of bad for him, especially because it's winter, because, you know, you don't want people to be sick. Because that sucks. Looks like we do have some memorials, but maybe I should make an order to make some slabs. Make some slabs. So yeah, we're going to have chili this week, and that's going to be freaking awesome. I'll probably put it on, like, bread or something like that. I don't know. Oh! Sloppy Joe's! Oh, yeah! I'm going to ask her to pick up some hamburger buns. We might actually have some still. Sloppy Joe's. That's exactly what we can do with the chili. Damn. Yeah. So, like, yeah, food. Like, I think about making food all the time. Like, I think about what I'd eat if I was living on my own. Because that would be interesting. Okay, how's our food doing? Looks like we have a decent amount of alcohol going. Kind of nice. Okay, let's check the dig site. Cobalite. Interesting. What's this? Purple spinels. Zircons. Gems. Yeah, gems are nice. But I don't really do anything with them. Ugh. So Mom went to sewing today. She's like, I'll probably be the only one there because everyone's either on vacation or they're sick or something. But she didn't come back home, so I assume there's somebody there. Okay. So let's get the order for the armor going. We have a ton of iron bars. We have boots. Why do we have so many boots? It's weird. Okay. Oh wait, not steel. My bad. Iron breastplate. Okay, 20. Iron cap. Iron shield. Bottle cleaning kit that can fold up and go in a drawer. So like, what's it clean? Is that coming here, you're saying? Okay, cool. So, like, what is it? Oh, baby bottles. Gotcha. Alright, yeah, for when P shows up. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Huh. Glad Mom's doing it. It's not that I wouldn't babysit if I had to, but I'd rather not. I don't like the feeling of being responsible for somebody else's life. I mean, she's cute, don't get me wrong. Like, totally cute. But yeah, I'm just a little more anxious about stuff than other people are. Mom's super excited, you know? Like, that's what she lives for, right? Is her family. So it's great that y'all are having kids and stuff like that. Yeah, she really likes doing that. Okay, it looks like we have, yep, we have a Mudstone Memorial to Dodok. Okay. So much for Dodok. Sid's still hanging around. He still hasn't talked with anyone. He has 5 kids. That's all he's related to. So he has a lot of willpower, but he has a shortage of patience. He is utterly humorless. He dislikes helping others. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He does not trust others. He is very rarely moved by curiosity. He is very greedy. He occasionally overindulges. He lives a fast-paced life. He doesn't seek out excitement. What? He often feels discouraged. He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. He is often nervous. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He is assertive. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Interesting. He's covered in barley wine. What the heck is up with that? A small, squat humanoid with large pointy ears and yellow glowing eyes. He's unbelievably strong, basically unbreakable and agile, but he is quite susceptible to disease. His yellow eyes are close set. His slightly hooked nose is quite long. His slightly flat and tall ears are narrow. His skin brown. And he's a professional animal dissector. Interesting. Man, you could spend all day. I could spend the whole stream reading these bios. The Hillocks of Chamberpet, a short walk to the northeast, looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. Enable health labor? Okay. Wonder how I do that. Chief Medical Dwarf. Okay, so that'd be here. Okay, we have a Chief Medical Dwarf. Dishmab. Thread, cloth, and plaster. Okay. We have cloth and we have thread. Don't have plaster though. I don't have what it takes to make plaster. It's this. Buckets of water. Weird. Okay. Oh, healthcare. Okay, what else? She's doing hauling. I'm gonna take Dishmab off of this. Okay, there we go. That should do it. If she's not hauling, then she should get down to this, hopefully. Healthcare. Okay. Whoops. Get back there. Okay, hopefully that helps. So the last time you were here, you know how I was saying that if Adam doesn't eat his snacks, he's going to give them to me? Well, he's given me 7 bags of Doritos and 2 boxes of chocolate bars. He's trying to lose weight because the doctor told him he has a fatty liver. So he started drinking green tea, and he started drinking green tea and stopped eating snacks. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to smoke some weed to eat this stuff. Which is what happened the last time. Yeah, because like I haven't smoked in almost a week, which is great. I'm feeling pretty good. And yeah, I found I ate some Doritos yesterday, and I'm like, oh, I don't really enjoy them as much as I do when I'm on drugs, which is fine. Like I'll make my way through them eventually. But yeah, and then I started drinking tea. It's decaffeinated green tea. Dates? He's more into salty, savory stuff. Yeah, I'll have to ask him about that if he's tried any. Because, like, he likes beef jerky. Like, that's his favorite thing. So he'll eat that. Mom was looking into ordering some pemmican strips for him, which sound very interesting. I've always been curious about pemmican. See, like, I'm not super big on sweet stuff. Which sounds kind of silly because I got chocolate bars, but, yeah, I'm not into sweets as much as I used to. Like, I like pop with dinner. Like, I always have pop with dinner. Or with a snack. But, like, sometimes I just drink pop by itself. But yeah, like, I don't like dried fruit. I've tried all kinds of dried fruit, and I'm not really into it. Except for maybe, like, plantain chips. Those are pretty good. But sometimes they're really tough. But yeah. Man. Adam is probably my favorite person because sometimes he says shit that's just super funny or super insightful. Like, I can be very harsh on stuff. Oh, someone's throwing up. Oh, man. She's sick. Go to the hospital. Excuse me. I don't know what to do about it. Oh, man, that's nasty. Someone's gonna have to clean that up. So what's Dish Map doing? There's 3 Dish Mabs. Oh, is she in the army? Oh, Dishmab's in the army. Okay, cancel that. Go back to an off-duty schedule. That's why they're not getting treated. Okay, eventually they should go to something. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, like, the textures of stuff can get to me. Like, when we go to Swiss Chalet, I get a rib sandwich. And I like rib meat. I think rib meat is delicious, but sometimes you get the non-meat stuff, like the membrane or the gristle or whatever, and whenever I bite into a piece of that, it just makes me grossed out. So I'm super picky about what I eat. Okay, I wonder when they're gonna stop. I think they're just hanging out now. Okay, she's socializing. Oh, what? I don't want to expel. Okay, let's look where Chamber Pet is. We can request workers. from this place? Oh, it's cool. There's a lot of elves and a lot of goblins out here. So, we've been watching the Star Wars movies. We started with episode 1, 2, and 3. And I have to say, they're probably some of my favorite movies of all time. Like, the action's good. I even enjoyed the romance. I thought that the acting was pretty good. Because, like, I was talking about this in another stream. But, like, video game romances are, like, push buttons until you have sex. Whereas real romance is a little bit different. You know, romance is a lot less to do with what you do and what you say and more to do with how you are. Right? So, like, Anakin and Padme, when they're hanging out together, the way they look at each other and the way their body language is, you know, it's very convincing. I really appreciate good acting. And, you know, that movie had pretty good acting. You know, I could get invested in it. So, like, you know, if you, like, look aside the weird stuff, like, oh, she's older than him, but only by 5 years. That's not that big of a deal. And, what's important is that they're both alone, right? Yeah, so, like, we're gonna eventually watch 7, 8, and 9, and I'm really looking forward to that because Adam and I are gonna freaking rip it to pieces. But, yeah. And, because I've been watching Star Wars, YouTube shows me this channel called Star Wars Analyst. And the guy has all of these deleted scenes and deleted footage from the Star Wars movies. And holy cow, like, if George Lucas had just said, we're gonna make the best movie ever, like, these movies would have been over 3 hours long. No joke. Like, they would have been like Lord of the Rings. But he's so concerned about making the movies for kids that, you know, he cut a lot of stuff out, which sucks. Because there was, like, extra fights, more details. Like, episode 3 starts right in the middle of a battle. They didn't show how the Chancellor was kidnapped. Right? And the Chancellor is Palpatine, so he's the villain, right? So you want to see what he does, but they cut that out of the movie, which is a shame. Like, each movie is under 2.5 hours. Which makes it fine for the movies. But if you're at home, like Lord of the Rings Return of the King Extended was over 4 hours. Like, a 4-hour movie. Absolutely ridiculous, but it was awesome. Like, totally awe-inspiring. We have a lot of food. Okay, I think we're going to get a gather order going. It's winter, but we might have some food that we can gather. So let's get a gather order going. This is how we're making our drinks. Yeah, just the older I get, the less I trust corporations like Disney to make a good movie. You know, like, I was talking about the Marvel movies, like, when the Marvel movies started, you could take them seriously, like Iron Man. You could take it seriously. But as soon as they made Guardians of the Galaxy, they turned every Marvel movie into Guardians of the Galaxy. Literally, every single one. Except for, like, Doctor Strange. Which is kind of, you know, if you want the same movie over and over again, that's fine. But I don't. You know, I want them to change stuff up. You know, it's not a video game. Like, with the video game, I want more of the same. But with the movie, I want something different. That's why, like, the original Star Wars is so good, because each movie is totally different. Like, different locations, different story. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like humor is great if you don't overdo it. Oh, there's those naked elves. Forgot about them. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Just a bunch of naked elves hanging out. So, like with the Marvel TV shows, they try to make them more serious. Like, oh, what is it called? Agatha All Along? It's about a villain. She's a witch. And, she's from WandaVision. So, like, the TV shows, they kind of do things differently because it's different creators, different directors, right? But they don't have the same spirit of the movies. Like, I don't know. Like, one character I wasn't a big fan of was Spider-Man. I don't like that Spider-Man is a kid in these movies because Spider-Man as a kid is not very interesting. He doesn't have his sense of morality yet. Like, he's just interested in being Tony Stark's buddy. What I like about Spider-Man is that he's constantly questioning whether what he does is right or wrong. You know? A lot of heroes are just like, of course I'm right, I'm the hero. But Spider-Man, he's like, oh, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. And of course, Spider-Man has his heel turn, where he gets the Venom symbiote, and starts being a bad guy, which is really cool. But like, I grew up with cartoon superheroes, and the cartoon superheroes were not like over dramatic, except Wolverine. I always hated that Wolverine was a simp for Jean Grey. Like, I think Wolverine would have been way cooler if he had just been a badass dude. Which is kind of what they do with the live-action Wolverine. But yeah, like, his simplification for Jean Grey, I really did not like that. Even as a kid, I'm like, why does he keep wanting someone that's with somebody else? Like, I didn't understand it. But, you know, you fall in love with who you fall in love with. But the thing about Jean Grey is she was the only one that could keep him calm. Because she was a powerful psychic. Like, he cared for everyone. But he was traumatized by his long life. Like, another movie, Deadpool. The first two Deadpool movies were awesome. Because they were raw, they were mature, they didn't hold back. But Deadpool 3, aka Deadpool and Wolverine, which was made by Disney, was very subdued. Like, he only said one dirty joke about Disney. That's it. And they're the one that put it in. Oh, maybe Jean Grey made him like her? That's a really good question. That's a really good... Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You know, that's a good way of looking at it. Because, like, she could have been like, oh, no, I'm not into you. But she was always kind of like, you know, I like you, but I can't. You know, and when they say that, it's like, well, why not? You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe she did that to him. That's a good idea. Yeah, because of the Phoenix, right? She was possessed by an entity from outer space. Yeah, that was some good stuff. I have to finish watching that, the X-Men cartoon, because they have the reboot. Yeah, that was a pretty cool turn. Like, the X-Men show started going into space, which was really cool. Because, like, Cyclops' dad was a space pirate, which I thought was really interesting. It's kind of like Star-Lord, but a mutant. Yeah, let's close these down. Make gold sarcophagus. Oh, we found gold. Where did we find gold? Right here. Nice. Let's get it. So I made a sarcophagus. How do I place a sarcophagus? Let's have a look. Counts as a coffin. Throw them into magma. Yeah, I find that in my day, the 90s, they kind of treated kids like adults. Because, like, look at all the advertising they put on kids' shows, right? Like, we were watching commercials all the time and getting brainwashed at the same time. And, you know, they wanted to turn us into good consumers. Yeah, I know. I just looked that up, too. I don't even know if I actually made it yet. Wait, maybe I can check stocks. Yeah, I think I was trying to make one, but I couldn't because I used it on something else. No big deal. Okay, we're making charcoal. I think we need more bins, so let's make 20 bins. Okay. One thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go heat up the kettle. I'm almost done my coffee, and I'm gonna make a cup of tea. Yeah, so I guess I thought I was gonna make a sarcophagus, but I didn't. Let's check. Metalworker's shop. Can make an iron sarcophagus. That sounds pretty cool. Okay, they're making stuff. Good. Oh no, a child is withdrawing from society. Ral, what's he doing? In life, you should work hard, then work harder. What kind of kid believes in working hard? Okay, they're doing something. Excuse me. There he is down here. Hauling walnut logs. Okay. Hopefully this kid doesn't go crazy. Okay, well, we'll have to check up on them soon. Let's see if the medical dwarf has done something. Oh, look! The person that was sick is gone, so they must have got cured. Let's check what dish map is doing. Hauling an iron left gauntlet. Yay, yeah, yeah. Oh, there's more vomit. Professional mace dwarf. Wow. Really good. Expert fighter. Our fighters have gotten pretty good with all their practice. But yeah, those coffees you got me, you and bro. Pretty good. I've been enjoying having them because if I want coffee but I don't want my coffee, I can have one of those and it's coffee but it's different coffee. Yeah, it's nice. I really liked the Bob Marley coffee. I thought that was really good. But I'll tell you what, this green tea Mom and Adam have been drinking, I've really been enjoying it. So like, I've gotten into the habit. I've gotten into the habit of having a cup of tea before I go to bed. Because since I'm not smoking weed, I don't get too tired, right? So, like, usually I'd go to bed at 10 o'clock. But now I'm staying up till, like, 2 in the morning watching streams and then getting up at 9 o'clock. And that's good, you know? I feel more rested than I usually do. Because that's the thing, like, oh, weed helps you relax, right? Well, for me, it stimulates me. So, even though I'm tired, I'm being stimulated to being tired, right? So, I'd wake up and I'd feel tired, I'd feel sluggish, I'd feel all this crap, and I'd go to stream and I'd be like, oh, I really don't want to do this. So, that's when I was like, maybe I should just stop smoking. Because I really want to put more effort into this YouTube channel, because I want to get back to doing it 5 or 6 days a week like I was. Because I want it to grow. You know, I'd really like to be able to turn this into a hobby that pays for itself. Like, if I could make, you know, $500 a month off of YouTube, that would be perfect, you know? Because I'm already getting money from disability. So, just a little bit more, and maybe I could afford to actually live in my own place, you know? That's the plan. Because I really don't want to work at a Tim Hortons again, or a fast food place, because it just sucks. Well, McDonald's might not be bad because people basically keep you on track there. But when I worked at Tim Hortons, man, like the managers would leave and everything would go to hell because nobody would want to work. Except me. So that really sucked for a while. Plus there was a couple of idiots that I worked with that were just intent on making life miserable for people. Really did not enjoy that. Like, your youngest, when she worked at Tim Hortons. Like, she's telling me about getting paid breaks and extra money for working midnight shift and all this and that. And I'm like, what? You got that? You know, I didn't. The only thing we got was 40% off food. That was it. And, you know, that's fine. But, like, I think your youngest was getting free lunches or something like that. Yeah, he was. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to throw shade. But, yeah. Because the guy wanted to retire, right? So he wanted to retire, so he was embezzling as much money as he could from Tim Hortons as he could possibly do. Because this is what he would do. All the stuff that you get in the store has to come from TPI. Okay? The main... Oh, not TPI. That's where you work. Sorry. I forget what it's called. Oh, RBI. Restaurant Brands International. So, you had to get everything from them. Well, what he would do is he would send the butter from Restaurant Brands back, and he'd buy butter from Costco, and he'd pocket the difference. At least that's what I think he was doing. So he'd show up in his big-ass truck, like frickin' massive truck, and I'd haul butter into the fridge for him. And, you know, I'm just like, you know, why? Look, the guy is probably saving like 50 cents per stick of butter. You know, like that's how desperate he was for cash. And the head office forced him to renovate the store. So he turned it into like a hockey arena. Yeah, the guy was totally a scumbag. And the people that worked there were no different, you know? Like, they were scum. Because one thing I've learned about being me is I'm different, you know? We're different. Like, our family is different, where we don't, like, hold grudges. We don't attack people unless they're politicians. We don't start trouble, you know? Like, some people will just make shit up. You know, like my girlfriend. She would just make shit up, you know? Just to get you to react a certain way. And so that's called gaslighting, right? She was a gaslighter, and so were her friends. And they would just gaslight me all day long. And I thought, oh, you know, these are my good friends. But they weren't. Okay, I'm going to go check on that water. I really want a cup of tea. Yeah, so now that we drink tea... Wait, is this delayed? Yes, it is. Oh, I was looking at the wrong spot. Yeah, so now that we all drink tea, that's kind of part of our routine now, Mom, Adam, and I. It's like, oh, did you turn the kettle on? Because we're all making tea right now. I used to like Earl Grey tea, but I find it gives me gut rot now. So it's decaffeinated green tea from Lipton. Really good stuff. Susie put the kettle on. Oh, what's that from? You gotta tell me what movie that's from. I can't remember. It's black tea? Oh, kids song. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think of some of the nursery rhymes we came up with at school. Oh, okay. Let me look that up. Polly put the kettle on. Okay, interesting. Well, it still came up. Yeah, that's the thing, like... Yeah, I know, right? Time flies, eh? Isn't it crazy that you're a grandparent? Holy crap, that's insane. Like, I couldn't imagine that. Holy cow. If I ever have kids, that'll be a miracle. I would need a very special woman. That's why I really want to get YouTube going, because if I could get this and work at home, you know, as long as you have someone to watch the kids while you're working, like the in-laws or something, then, you know, you're good to go. Because, like... Yeah. Oh, man. Oh! So, your husband sent me an Instagram where, there's this barbecue guy in the States. He's like, I got 18 kids, 42 grandkids, and 16 great-grandkids. I have 6 ex-wives, and I need 3 lawyers and 2 doctors. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like, talking about go forth and multiply. Like, damn. Like, I could see getting married, like, once, maybe twice, but 6 or 7 times. I don't know if he was married then, but yeah, married 6 times. He's like, I need to work to pay off all my alimony. Like, some people just live their lives without any restraints, and it's very inspiring. You know, that guy doesn't have a reality TV show, but he should. Like, holy crap, dude. Like, 2 girlfriends was enough to make me think, like, yeah, when you're the problem, exactly. Yeah, who knows what he did, right? Like, he could have been a cheater or whatever, like, for all we know. But yeah, some people are just absolutely insane. Like, the only thing that really stops me from wanting to have kids is I don't want to drive. Like, I really am not comfortable with driving. Because I don't have the attention span. Like, you know, this game is pretty easy. I don't have to focus on it. I just let it run. And I focus on talking to you. And it's enjoyable. But, like, if I was playing a different game, I would not be playing the game while doing this. I can only do one thing at a time, you know? Like, if I was by myself and I drove, maybe. But, like, having people in the car with me, way too distracting. The one time I drove, yeah, exactly. I would love to live in a city like that. Like, if I lived close to a grocery store, that's all I would want, is a grocery store. So, like, where the metro is in our city, there's apartment buildings. If I could get an apartment like that next to the grocery store, perfect. That's all I would really want. And good internet. Definitely want good internet. Like, there's stuff I'd like to do, like, you know, ideally, I'd like to multi-stream to Twitch, just to have that going as well. But the thing about Twitch is... Oh, he is? Yeah, I love when he comes down when he's working. It's always good to see him. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't get too much snow. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Yeah, that's the one thing I hate about snow is it's dangerous. But he's a good driver. I've 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 felt nervous with him because we've gotten into a couple scrapes sometime, like almost gotten into a couple of scrapes. But he's a good driver. Like, he's been doing it since he was 16, and he's what? 54 now. Gonna be 55 this year. Holy shit. I can't believe we're all so old, you know? Like, I'm gonna be 35, and I feel like I'm 25, you know? If it wasn't for the gray hair, you wouldn't know. Yeah, it drives angry. So him and Adam are the same, where they'll get pissed off at stuff, and it makes me nervous. Like, when Adam gets pissed off at his game and he starts saying bad words, like stuff that I can't even mention on stream, I'm just like, oh god, I hope nobody hears them. Yeah. Holy crap. Wind up swing. Holy cow. Man, like, my earliest memory, I was probably like 2. I remember being in the living room. I'm like playing with a toy, and I get up and I go to the kitchen and I ask mom for juice. That's like my earliest memory. Because I can remember darkness before that. Like, I remember darkness. Okay? So I remember darkness, and then it's like I woke up and I was a kid. Right? Like, I don't remember being a baby, but I remember being something else before that. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's almost like a dream, you know? Like, when dreams happen, they happen in segments, and in your mind it's all one continuity, but it's like things happen in segments, and that's what it was like. And then it got to a point where I was conscious all the time. And yeah, like, I don't know how old I was, but man, holy crap. Like, it's so weird. But stuff like that, it's like a miracle, you know? Like, that's why life is so fantastic. Because, you know, life goes on, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, is she aware of what's happening around her? Or is she internally just living an internal life, you know? And that's the great thing about kids, is they, like, you know, kids are the same as a generalization, but they show their individuality very quickly. Like F, right? He's just like, yeah, exactly, angelic things, right? So the collective unconsciousness, right? She could be getting a download from that, and she's like passively picking up on all the things around her too, right? Because, like, that's what's so interesting about life, right? Is that you can do a lot of stuff automatically. Like some scientist in the 50s was studying babies, and, like, a baby has strong enough grip that they can hold on to something and hang there, right? And that's a baby. Like, I'm about 200 pounds. I can hang for, like, 5 seconds before I fall off. Like, a baby can do that, you know? Like, they have all these muscles already developed, and they can do stuff, right? And they know how to eat, they know how to breathe, they know how to do all this stuff. You know, sometimes I forget to breathe. When I play bass, and I'm playing bass, I forget to breathe, which is kind of funny. So, yeah. You know, like, what does she see? And, like, the way that babies change, right? Like we have the picture of June, and you know, she's little, right? She looks more like a baby, but she still looks the same as she does now, right? It's kind of funny that you know, babies tend to look alike, and then there's like something in their face that changes. Like, you know, the picture of mom that we have upstairs, that's her as a baby. Like, every time I look at that picture, I'm like, holy crap, it looks like Mom. Like, she looks exactly the same as she does now. Just younger. You know, it's kind of funny that your look is decided for you at such an early age. It's kind of funny. Oh, man. Okay, so how's that work order going? Getting through there. Let's check the Underdark. Let's get to 75 and see if we can get some more excavation going. Oh, we found some more gold. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. Like, I read that Montessori book, right? That M gave me. And, the author had some really interesting ideas about rearing kids, right? Like, she established that children have their own needs, wants, and desires, even though they're babies, right? They're children. Like, they have things that they feel comfortable with. Like, it could even come down to, holding them a certain way, right? Like, Mom Adam and I went and visited Abby and Tyler and the baby. And, you know, that's what I was thinking. Like, oh, does she have a side that she prefers? You know, like, does she like being held like this? Or does she like being held like that? You know? Kids are like that. And that's interesting. And they'll tell you, too. And you just have to figure out what they want. So the one example the woman gave was these parents were having their baby sleep in a crib. And the kid would cry and whine and cry. So she put them on the bed, put 2 pillows beside them, and the kid slept fine. So the kid wanted to be on the bed. And this is a baby. Like, how does a baby know what it wants, you know? Totally mind-boggling. Dig for more gold. There's some gems here. And that's how you know, like I don't know how you can't believe in divine intervention. Because, like, you know, babies are so vulnerable, right? And if you study history, you know, infant mortality was a thing. And it's just not like that anymore. Oh, there's more gold. Like, that's the thing about modern society is more people make it than not. And that's a good thing. Because, you know, everyone deserves a chance at a life. Everyone deserves a chance at happiness. Even, like, the worst of us. And, you know, even if you do something wrong, you know, you have to pay for that somehow. Either you pay your debt to society or you pay your debt to God or whatever, right? Like, you know, I've done some bad things. And people have forgiven me, but, you know, I still have to pay for those sins, right? I haven't forgotten about that. So I know full well that, you know, when I die, I'm going to have to do something to earn that, you know, afterlife. And that's fine. You know, I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be a good guy, you know, to make up for that stuff. That's really all you can do. Just try to be the best person you can be, right? And you have to know your limitations. Like, I know I probably won't drive. You know, I'm not very comfortable with it. And that's fine. You know, there's a lot of people that don't drive, right? Think of, like, other countries, like, you know, Africa or the Middle East or Asia or South America, or even around here, right? You know, there's people that don't drive. They walk everywhere. And they bring their kids with them. And kids can walk, you know? Like, when Adam and I were kids, and we were with our dad, you know, we walked everywhere. We didn't have to go far. Like, the furthest we went from his place was downtown, but we could handle that walk. You know, kids are pretty tough. More gold, nice. And, you know, that's what we did. We would walk. Nowadays, I would feel nervous letting my kids walk because, you know, I just don't trust people. Holy cow, look at all these gold nuggets that we have. It's nice. Yeah, but it's always a pleasure seeing the kids and seeing how they've grown and seeing them grow up. And oh, my mug is stuck to the table. Oh shit. Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah, let's dig that gold. Yeah, the table is wood. It's Grandpa's old table. It's totally scuffed to shit. Yeah, Grandpa's. I got Grandpa's old table, and then I have his coffee table too, which is funny. Like, I didn't even know Grandpa. How the hell did I get his stuff? I really would have loved to have heard his ideas about the war and know what he thinks about today. I really wish I could have had the chance to meet our grandparents. But yeah, hopefully there's an afterlife, right? So, I mean, I believe in an afterlife, but there's probably like different places people go, right? You know, I figure it depends on your choices where you end up. Or maybe everyone ends up in the same place. That's what I hope. I hope everyone ends up in the same place so we can all see each other again. That's what I hope for. Holy crap, tons of gold. Is there any over here? Let's put out some more feelers. And I see no one's eaten the monkey meat yet, which is good. That's kind of terrifying that someone actually butchered a monkey. Huh. Holy crap, more gold. Ugh. Oh yeah. Man, the one thing is it's so bright. If I keep the blinds open, it's like overpoweringly bright. Oh, we're starting to snow again. Great. When I stream at night, though, all you can see is my head floating in the background. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know if you can still hear me, Cindy, but having some issues with the stream. Just gotta wait it out. Hello, hello, hello. I am saying something. So I don't know if you can hear me. If it's saying it's saying that I'm not receiving enough video. My broadcaster is doing weird stuff. The heck? 30 kilobytes? Okay. Looks like we're back up. I'm gonna do a thumbs up test. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. Haha, nice. Nice. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, well, it looks like it's working. I'm watching my stream too. Hello, hello. Okay, well, it looks like it's working. I'm watching my stream too. Hello, hello. I just keep hearing it. Okay, well, it looks like it's working. Weird. Yeah, stuff like that happens sometimes. Yeah, let's start smelting these gold nuggets. Oh, talking about the afterlife. Yeah, exactly. Don't invoke the spirits. Yeah, don't invoke the spirits. Yeah, I used to think, when I was going through some hallucinations, I used to think that ghosts could inhabit your computer. So I'd be watching streams and I imagined that all the people in the chat were ghosts. And that's all they could do was use the chat. So I was watching a VTuber. And VTubers are super weird. Like, they bring out all the crazies. And, yeah. Like, you know, there's some that I like, but a lot of them are kind of unstable. So, it's a weird industry. Okay, it looks like we're back on track. Okay, how many gold bars, how much gold do we have? Or... Okay, we're still making drinks. We're good. People are praying. Okay, how's the work order for the armor going? Halfway done. Okay. Let's go back down to 75 and start looking for more gold. Tetrahedrite. Really enjoy playing this game because it's like you don't really have to do much. Just kind of enjoy it. Some other games, like I play them for a couple of hours and I get burnt out. I used to be able to play games for like 12 hours a day. Before Warhammer 1 came out, I played Rome 2. I'd stay up for 12 hours a night playing Rome 2. I'd sleep until supper, and then I'd get up and be like, oh, zombie. Okay, go dig all that stuff out. Yeah, we have a lot of gold nuggets that we can smelt. So let's see if they're getting those going. Okay, there you go. They're smelting gold nuggets. Excellent. Yeah, and you don't want to sleep too much either, because that does the same thing. I think 6 hours is a good amount of sleep. Like, I find it hard to get up in the morning. That's my hardest thing to do. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to quit smoking weed. Oh, what the heck? We have a giant rat! Look at this. Giant rat. Look at that thing. Haha, yes, rodents of unusual size. They actually put that meme in a game. It's called Fallout New Vegas. When you make your character, you can pick a perk called Wild Wasteland. And if you pick that perk, it puts a whole bunch of, like, Monty Python-style jokes into the game, including rodents of unusual size. I really appreciated that. Because, like, pop culture references are... They are memes, but they're better than memes. Like, I find memes of today are usually low quality, which can be funny, but they lose their artistic quality when it's like, you know, Mr. Beast is a meme, you know what I mean? Like, it's not really that great. But rodents of unusual size, that's something that a lot of people wouldn't understand. And that's what makes it good. Like, if nobody understands it, then only the people that understand it and enjoy it. But, like, with memes, it's like an education. The more memes you see, the more you learn about the memes, and the more it becomes a thing. Like, I watch a channel. His name is Zarek Zacharon, and he drops memes all the time. If you know, you know. That's right. And that's the best stuff. Like, I love meeting people that are like, oh yeah, I like that too. Like, when I stream and I talk about movies. You know, I always love it when someone's seen the same thing, because then you know, right? You know that they understand what you're saying. And that's the stuff that brings people together, right? Like, that's why I'm not a fan of competition. Because competition doesn't breed excellence, it breeds hostility. So, like, with video games, right? I used to play this game called Overwatch. And it's a team game. It's 6 versus 6 teams. And when you win, great. But when you lose, you look for someone to blame, right? Oh, someone should have did this or someone should have did that. That's basically what happens. And it sucks, right? You don't want to be the one that loses for the team. But at the same time, how else are you going to have fun if you don't get to experiment? So I'd get stuck being the healer because I wanted to win. And I didn't enjoy my time. So I stopped playing. And then my friends were like, oh, what, you don't want to play Overwatch with us anymore? It's like, no, because I freaking hate that game. You know, I hate that shit. That's why I don't play Call of Duty, because it's just brain dead. You know, everyone just runs around, dolphin dives, shoots each other, and that's it. You know? Like, I don't enjoy that stuff anymore. And that's what modern games are basically like. Like, it's less about story, more about action. And I prefer story to action. Because some of the worst games for gameplay have some of the best stories. Because that's the way games used to be, right? Like, you remember. Did you ever play Final Fantasy or anything like that? I noticed when I was watching my stream, I'm a little bit loud, but not much I can do about that. Star something, okay. Star something. Genesis game? Here, I'll see if I can find it. Fantasy Star? Is it Fantasy Star? Okay. Okay, excellent. Let's take a look. Holy crap, Phantasy Star came out in 1987. 2 came out in 1989, 3 came out in 1990. Cool, yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing, like, because the games were so simple, you had to focus on the writing, right? So that's why a lot of those older games are actually really good, like Final Fantasy. Good. You know, I think there's a game for everybody, right? Like, look at Mom in Stardew Valley, right? She plays the shit out of it. She probably had about 3,000 hours just on Steam playing it. You know, I think games are great. If you can afford a video game, I think it's a great hobby. Because it's artistic, right? You buy the right game, you play the right game, it's a very good experience, right? I've played some games on the channel where people like it, but I didn't enjoy it because there was stuff that was very punishing. Like the Stalker games, first-person shooter. You get to a certain point, and then the game becomes like 10 times harder. And I find that, I'd call that punishing. Like, you're doing well in the game, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're sucking again. I kind of hate that. Like, I think if you figure out how to play the game, it should last the whole game. Right? But, yeah. That's why I'm not a huge fan of newer games, because they're less about the story and more about the action. Like, with Warhammer 3, like, I play that, but, it's just a different game, you know? Like, every time someone makes a sequel to a game, it ends up changing. And I don't always like the changes. Like, they try to make the game a challenge by giving the AI cheats. And I'm not a fan of giving the AI cheats. I think the AI should have good AI. But one thing I've learned about video games is they're harder to make than you think. Especially if it's original, right? Some games use a third-party engine like Unreal or Unity. So someone builds the engine and then you create your game in the engine. So that's pretty simple. But if you're making your own game engine, well, you have to learn how to program, right? So AI is one of the hardest things to program in a game. And there's many different ways of doing it. So the game Doom came out in 1996. It has enemies where the enemies will fight each other if they hurt each other. You know, pretty much 99% of games don't have infighting. But if one imp hits a soldier with a fireball, they'll start killing each other, which is really cool. I wonder if we can catch this rat. How do we build a cage? Yeah, we can make some wooden cages. Wooden animal trap. What about cage? Okay, I'll make 10 animal traps and 10 cages. Like, there are some people that don't think video games are art. Like, you probably remember this, Cindy, but do you remember where back in the day, churches, mostly in America, thought that Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that were satanic? But it wasn't just America. It was other places, too. They thought that these games were devil worship and stuff like that. Yeah, and then, like... And rock and roll, too, right? They thought rock and roll was the music of the devil. And that wasn't that long ago, right? That was, like, only 40... Like, maybe not 40. More like 50, 60 years ago, right? In our lifetimes. And people thought that these games were satanic, and it's like, why would you think that? You know, it makes absolutely no sense that you would think that, but they're so paranoid about it. And we were talking about it in a stream the other night, and people were like, yeah, my mom threw out my Magic the Gathering cards because the church told her they were satanic. It's like, that's how simple people were. That wasn't that long ago. That's what's so fantastic about technology, right? Because we have the internet, because we have TV, because we have cell phones, everyone is more educated than they've ever been. But we're also kind of stupid too, right? We know all this stuff, but we still choose to believe in silly things. Like, that's how memes are born, right? Like, here's a meme for you. Oh, margarine? Margarine is like one molecule away from plastic, right? You know, someone told me that once, and I heard it before on TV. It's like, dude, margarine is just vegetable oil. Okay? It's vegetable oil that's whipped up to be thick. Like, it's not plastic. Plastic is, what, a petroleum product? Like, what's plastic made from? Cellulose. So cellulose is plants, coal, natural gas, salt, and crude oil. So they thought that margarine was plastic, and they only fed it to animals. Like, nobody feeds animals margarine. But, like, people make shit up. They put it online, and people just like, oh, that must be true, right? It's on the internet, so it must be true. That's why you have to develop a certain level of criticism, right? You have to critique everything you read. So, like, you know, that's why a lot of the stuff on Instagram is kind of silly, because people can just make shit up. Like, Mom was showing me a video of these people that claimed to be drinking urine. They're like, oh, I drink a glass of urine a day. And you see them drinking this yellowish liquid. But it's probably just watered down apple juice, right? Like, if they were actually drinking their urine, they'd be making themselves sick. So they're just doing it for clout. Oh, it's spring again. So it is now spring. Alright. So I'll wait a month and then I'll get the get everyone out for another gather order. We're still doing okay for drinks. But yeah, who was it that talked to the Senate? The hell? D. Snyder, yeah, D. Snyder. Yeah, so like, D. Snyder, rock and roll guy, right? Went to Congress to talk about rock and roll music and how it wasn't satanic. And the guy was so well spoken that they had to listen to him, right? Because, like, these people, it's like Footloose, right? Oh, dancing will lead to sin, right? Well, I mean, come on, a little bit of sin's not such a bad thing, is it? But that's a slippery slope. Like, stopping people from doing stuff is not always in their best interest, because sometimes that makes them more interested. Like, think of kids, right? Oh, don't do that. Well, now they're going to do it whenever you're not around, right? They haven't quite developed that ability to restrain themselves. Okay, we got a ton of gold bars now. Nice. Yeah, exactly. He sticks out like a sore thumb. Holy crap. More gold. Holy cow. Oh no, the kid's gone berserk. Shit. That kid is dead. Holy crap, here we go again. Ral went berserk and was struck down. Another one bites the dust. Uh-oh. Elf diplomat, you have disrespected the trees in this area, but this is what we have come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. The Baron of Chamberpot said that? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, people can live their lives and not commit any sins, right? It's not that hard, right? Like the 10 Commandments, right? Pretty simple. You know, not very hard to, you know, go about. There's actually a channel on YouTube where the guy tries to beat games without breaking the 10 Commandments. So he does stuff like, instead of fighting enemies himself, he'll get the enemies to fight his allies, and the allies will kill the enemies for him. So he's basically like, his hands are clean, you know? And he does it too. He manages to beat games without breaking the 10 Commandments, and it's like, how do you do that? You know, a lot of games have you do some pretty rotten things in the name of beating the game. Like Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. As part of the main quest, you're trying to unite the Dark Elf tribes. And in order to get the one tribal leader on your side, you have to bring him a slave woman. So you buy a slave, dress her up in fancy clothes, get her nice perfume, and you sell her to him to be his wife. And she's like, well, I'd rather be some dude's wife than a slave, so thanks. And that's part of the main quest. You know, they don't make games like that anymore. They don't. It's kind of funny. The next game they made, Oblivion, was like the exact opposite of that game. You know, everything was super colorful and cheerful and happy. You know, kind of silly. Okay. Oh, you can make aquariums. I'm gonna see if I can catch this rat. Just gotta wait for someone to put that trap down. Another thing about not smoking weed, time goes by faster. Like, it helps me to focus in a way. Like, I could focus on one thing, but I'm tired when I do it. Now that I'm not on it, it's harder to focus, but I can pay more attention to stuff. Okay, good. They're putting the trap down. I'll put meat in there. Yeah, your perception of time. Like, when I would play with my friends. Like, it's like the hour would last 3 hours. It was weird. It was fun. Like, I had a lot of fun with them. But, yeah, it was really weird. Like, your perception of time is affected by your focus, right? Like, the more you focus on something, the slower it gets. But because, like, I'm talking to you the whole time, like, it's already been almost 2 hours, right? And it's flown by. Like, I don't think I only stopped talking when we had the connection issue. So, it's kind of fun. And I find you easy to talk to because, like, you've known me my whole life, right? You know, it's just one of those relationships that you can't really, you know, it's easy to quantify. Like, you know, you've known me my whole life, and you were with us at a young age, right? Like, you were what, 15 or 16 when you came to live with us? So I mean, you spent more of your life with us than you did before, right? Like, that's just interesting. 17, okay, yeah. But you knew Howard before that, right? Because you were going to school. Yeah, holy cow. Man. Everyone's drinking right from like the kegs, the two. That's pretty funny. Okay, is there any more gold? Back down to the bottom. Tetrahedrite. Get some of that. More gold. Awesome. Get that. When I was 15, all I cared about was playing video games. Like I didn't care about relationships at all. Like I just didn't have an interest in them. You know, video games were so fulfilling for me as a child that I didn't want to do anything else. Like I liked hanging out with friends, but my main thing was games. Always has been. They've always given me something to enjoy, right? Like, I have other hobbies. Like, I was playing some bass last night, you know. I'm not, like, great at it, but I can do some stuff, which is fun. That's really all I want to do with it, right? Is just mess around with it. Like, I have jammed and stuff before, but I don't do well with languages, so... Like, I can't read music. So I can't learn that way. I have to learn by ear. And like the knowledge that I do have is enough that I can kind of figure stuff out on my own. I've made some stuff up, which was fun. But I pretty much just like playing Rush songs. And then some of the songs that Matt taught me. Like, I couldn't be like that. Yeah, we do have a printer. You got some stuff you want to send over? Oh, okay. Interesting. So you could print off the music or whatever for me. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Because the website I used to get my tabs from, it's not a secure website, so I don't want to take the chance that my computer gets a virus, so I can't use it anymore. Like, this computer is my baby. This isn't the one I built, but this is the one I do my streaming on. I've already had to replace the hard drive once. Subscription-based? Oh, okay, that's alright. Man, we struck it. We struck gold, man. Holy crap, look at all this gold. Let's see how many bars we have. I could just check my stocks. 20 gold bars, nice. Okay, I need to make sure they're making charcoal. Yeah, they're still making charcoal. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a drink and use the washroom. I'm done my tea now. What should I do with the gold? Statues. Okay, they're still making those. Metal clothing. Can make gold statues. So once they're done the armor order, I'll make gold statues and put them around places. Stray reindeer bull starved to death. These animals, look at all the grass is gone. Holy cow. I'm gonna expand this way. Oh, and it's gonna take a while. We have so many animals, it's almost disturbing. That sound means something happened, but I can't check it yet. I have to click all these boxes. Fortunately, you can't just click select all. That's something they should put in this game. We have like 100 cats, 100 dogs, like 50 other animals. Oh, excuse me. You know, a show that I used to really enjoy was CSI, Crime Scene Investigation. That used to be a great show. Because the crimes were really strange and, like, had weird stuff. Look at all the water buffalo calves we have. Holy crap. And you'd learn about all kinds of weird stuff, like furries and dominatrixes and ninjas and all kinds of weird stuff. Like, it used to be a great show. But the new seasons of CSI are like a lot of stuff. Instead of being about the story, it's about quirky characters that are so cute and funny. It's like, okay. Yeah, the bug guy, yeah. Who, I want to, okay, get all those animals over here. There's a movie he's in called, Manhunter, where it's the Hannibal Lecter story, Red Dragon. And, the Gil Grissom dude plays Will Graham, the main character. And, he goes to Hannibal Lecter in prison and gets him to help him catch a serial killer, Francis Dollarhide. I always wanted to see that movie because I wanted to see Gil Grissom in it. But yeah, he was a cool character. Oh, I just smushed a tissue onto the table. Shit, that wasn't smart. I put my teacup on a tissue to keep it from sticking to the table, and now there's wet tissue stuck to the table. Whoops. Yeah, no, 2 more animals have starved to death, so we did this at a good time. Hopefully we get all those animals over there and grazing. Okay, wind dry. Excellent. Yeah, this table has, different rules that come with it. Oh, we could grow some more berries, right? Pretty sure I have the seeds. I don't know where all this vomit came from. Okay. Yeah, we package received. Thank you, Cindy. And Mom also got her yarn. She ordered like, I don't know, like something ridiculous, like 15 balls of yarn from Yarnspirations, and they sent 12 of them in one box. So we have to wait for the rest to show up. Yeah, her yarn came too. Yeah, she's excited because like it said it would be here by the 17th. Hang on, I think she's talking to me. Holy crap, those animals are eating all the grass up already. It was a big box with tape all around the sides. So that's what they meant by partial. They sent as much as they could in one box, and then the rest will have to show up some other time. I think I'm gonna slaughter some of these buffaloes. I have a ton of them. Holy crap. Okay. Do I have a butcher? Get that butcher set up. We'll butcher all those water buffalo. Just gotta wait for this to get built, and then once we get someone assigned to it, we should be able to slaughter those animals. Okay, these people want to join, let them join. Okay, there we go, we're building it.
Okay, this should receive the meat from the butcher shop. Hopefully. Excuse me. Okay, you got the brick here. Build it. Excuse me. Okay, what's he doing? He's bringing stuff up. I think I need to make this a bit bigger. Okay, he's putting bins there. We should use the bins for stuff. Okay. Okay, good. Once we get this built, resume construction. Come on. Because this stuff is here. Because there's all this junk here. Cancel. Okay. Put it here. Okay, they're building it. Alright. Okay. Okay, there you go. They got the order to slaughter the water buffaloes. Meat pile. Okay, hopefully that works. Oh, look at the meat. Our meat's gone up. There you go. Water buffalo meat. Oh, you get eyes? Yeah, it's kind of gross. Look how much stuff you get. Wow. Kidneys, spleen, sweetbread, tripe, intestine, liver, heart, lung, brain, eyes. You get a lot of meat from them. Holy cow. I like when the people drink right from the barrel. That's kind of funny. Ew, that sounds kind of gross. Like, Mom said that I ate liver as a kid, but I don't remember eating it. Like, organ meat sounds kind of gross to me, because, like, those organs are used for stuff, right? Like, your liver and your kidneys are used for filtering your blood and urine. Like, I don't know if I would want to eat those things. Who knows? Maybe they taste good. Never heard of that before? I thought sweetbread was the brains, but apparently it's not. Why do you think they call it sweetbread? Weird. Maybe they are really good. I'm gonna look it up and see what it looks like. It's weird looking meat. The only thing against them is they're high in cholesterol. Yeah, I know. It just looks weird, you know? I don't know if I could do that. Holy crap. Look how quickly they ate through the grass here. Okay, it's mid-spring. Let's get them on a gather order. Wow, we're getting tons of meat from those water buffalo. Nice. Okay, still making the iron. Water buffalo meat roast. Nice. That sounds pretty good. Head cheese. I've never heard that before. That sounds kind of creepy. Oh, this thing is rotten. There's rotten meat in there. Head cheese. That's different. Wonder if it tastes like cheese. Ugh. Okay, let's get back to the dig site while they're doing that. Yeah, that's set up. These fire opals. Oh, let's get those. Does it show us how many gems we have? Glob. Oh, buffalo fat. That's globs? Interesting. Okay, let them do that. Is this limonite? I'll dig that out too. Did they just slaughter them out in the field? Weird. Barley wine. I don't know where that barley wine comes from. I don't know. Stray water buffalo cow nervous tissue. Oh, that's creepy. I mean, we're getting bones from it, but I don't see the bones anywhere. Excuse me. What we could do is we could turn their bones into bolts, I think. There, I'll get them using the bones for bolts. how's that armor order going? Almost done. So, like YouTube shows me streams, right? Like shows me new streamers, kind of the way it shows me off. Some of the people have their camera way too close to their face. Like, I look at my preview, I take up like the little bit of the corner, right? Well, some people's heads are so big, it's like a whole quarter of the screen. And I think it's kind of funny. It's like I don't really need to see the wrinkles in your face, pal. You know, like it's just too zoomed in. I find it kind of silly. Like just having a little picture in the corner, I think works out well. But you know, everyone can do what they want. Like the reason why I use a face cam is just so that you can see where the voice is coming from and you can relate to that voice and you can see my emotions. Like you can see me smile or laugh or whatever, right? So you know who I am. But maybe it would be better to not do it. Like, I don't know. I don't know what would be better, to have a face cam or not have a face cam. I figure it's optional, but I think a lot of people do it because I think that's what's expected. So, you know, that's why I do it. But I figure I'll do it till May, when I started last year, and I'll try doing it without the cam for a while, see how that goes. But that's not for another almost 4 months. So that's kind of why I want to get back into doing it full time, because I want to try and get my numbers up before I start losing progress. Because it only keeps the last 365 days for your hours. So if my hours stay low or go down low, I'll start losing progress, which sucks. But you know, you do what you gotta do, right? Like, I don't regret taking the break because, you know, I'm trying to do stuff like not smoke weed and things like that, right? Which is hard to do. It's hard to do that and stream at the same time. Because sometimes streaming makes me want to smoke weed. So, it's just better to not have that on the menu. I'm going to make these smooth. Like, the best part about YouTube right now is that it's not a job, right? So if I want to take the day off and watch another streamer, I can do that, which is great. But I would like it to be a job. I think it would be a fun job to do. As long as I can keep on topic. Like, that's why I like watching Zarek. He doesn't fixate on the chat too much. Like, he will respond to stuff in the chat, but he pretty much just focuses on the game. Yeah, every change is a change, and you gotta take your time with it, right? Like, it took me a couple tries coming off of it to get to this point. I think the one thing I really had to do was reduce my intake for like a couple of months, which is what I did. Like, an ounce used to last me a week. Then I got to 2 weeks. Now it's 3 weeks, which is really good. Like, I've really reduced how much I smoke. And now I'm not doing it at all. And I don't even really feel like doing it. Like, if I get bored, I'll be like, oh, I could go for a smoke right now. But it doesn't, like, it's not overpowering, you know? And the medication I take really helps with that because since it competes for the same neurotransmitters as weed, like, me taking my medication makes it so that I don't get really high when I smoke. which is good because I'm tired of feeling sick when I do it. So now it's just like, you know, what's the point, right? It's not as bad as like other drugs, you know? Like, the thing about going off of it is it's still in my system, right? Just not active because it stores in your fat, right? So if I burn fat, I'll be releasing THC into my body. That's what they say anyway. So like eventually, like once it gets warmer, I'll start going for jogs and try to lose some of this weight because I was at 180, but I'm up to 195 thereabouts now. I have been gaining weight. So I don't want to get too heavy. Nowhere near where I was before. Like I was over 225 before. Which was funny because like I've been like 140 pounds for most of my adult life. And it wasn't until I started taking medication that I started putting weight on. Because that's the side effect, right? The side effects of the medication are weight gain. And anxiety. So, I thought the weed was helping with that, but it wasn't, right? Because it makes you anxious. So, I'm going to smooth these out just to make it look a little bit nicer. Give the dwarves something to do. Oh! We have a ghost. Where is he? Hode. How do I look up ghosts? A ghostly human bard. Okay, we need to make him a memorial stone. When ghosts first show up, they're not too bad, but eventually what'll happen is people will get scared and they'll die. And if they die of fright, they'll come back as a vengeful ghost. And then they'll start hurting people. So you gotta watch out for that. Okay, put Ral's stone down. Yeah. Poet is visiting. Man, poets really like this place. Okay, iron breastplate is done. Almost done with the armor order. Let's check the herd. Wow, that grass did not last for very long. We have so many animals, it's completely absurd. Holy crap. Like, that's over 100 animals. We have a ton of donkeys, too. Holy cow. So many donkeys, babies. Holy crap. The grass is starting to grow back. That's good. Okay, yeah, he's taking the water buffalo to slaughter. So I have a treat for myself. The bottle of non-alcoholic Chardonnay. I've had this since last year. And I told myself if I go a month without smoking weed, I'm going to open it and drink it. So that's kind of my treat for myself that I'm going to have. I love wine. I think wine is so good. Holy crap. And beer. Like, I love beer. But I don't like getting drunk. So, non-alcoholic stuff is a great alternative. Like, if we go out to a restaurant, I'll have a beer with dinner. That's it. Just one beer. That's my limit. Because, man, alcohol, like, when you smoke weed, alcohol really affects you. Like, it affects you a lot. Like, it'll make you sick. Same with tobacco. Like, if you mix tobacco with alcohol, it makes me sick. I've never been a big fan of tobacco. Mazel tov. Yeah. I've never been a big fan of tobacco. Like, I tried smoking cigarettes, but I didn't get into it, thankfully. But, because it just doesn't affect you the same way that a drug does. Like, I would have drank more in my 20s if I didn't feel sick when I drank. You know? But, like, one beer, that's great, you know? And that's how you know you don't have a problem. Like, I'm glad that I'm getting off of weed, and I'm glad that I feel like I don't want to smoke it. Like, that makes me happy. Because I'm going to save money, I'm going to be healthier, and I'm going to have more focus, right? Like, it's all positives. You know? And for people that still do, you know, no shame, right? Like, some people can handle it better than others. I'm just at the point that I can't really do it anymore. But when they talk about, like, oh, what country smokes the most weed, right? Like, Canada is, like, number 2. But the only thing to qualify for that study was to smoke weed once. That's it. Once in a year. There's the ghost. I'm trying to click him. Oh, her. Ghostly human bard. Let's see what she does. Oh, she can go through walls. Whoa, she can float into the air? Oh, she's gone. Yeah. She's like Slimer from Ghostbusters. There's all my meat. Okay. Put Hode's slab down. Yeah, so the Dwarf Fortress streamer Blind, he's Canadian, by the way. He lives in Vancouver. He set up a fort called the Ghost Candy, and he basically allowed it to fall to ruin. He allowed people to die, and allowed them to come back as ghosts, and he allowed the ghosts to haunt everybody. So eventually the ghosts took over the fort and killed everyone. It was kind of cool. There she is again. Let's follow her around. Okay. Stray donkey has been stung by a bee. Okay, the ghost has been put to rest. There we go. We're good. Just take a quick look at YouTube. Whoa, deleted scene. Jango Fett fights with the lightsaber. New Captain America movie's coming out. Is that this year? Yeah, it looks like it's this year. Oh, Harrison Ford's in it? Seth Rollins? What? No way. Oh, that's so cool. Seth Rollins is a wrestler, by the way. He was in The Shield. I think he was in The Shield. I might be wrong. But yeah, I used to be really into wrestling because I had friends that were into it. You remember wrestling, eh, Cindy? Yeah, I used to be really into it, but once they made The Undertaker lose to Brock Lesnar, I was like, fuck this shit. You're going to take The Undertaker's 21-year streak away from him? Like, that was just fucking dumb. Like, he should have been undefeated because he was a freaking zombie. Holy crap. Like, Undertaker is probably one of the coolest wrestlers around, and they took it away from him. And then you got people like The Rock and John Cena, who are basically clowns in Hollywood. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that sounds like me. Well, I thought it was Ninja Turtles. Oh, hurting myself? Oh, just a little psycho kid. Oh, man. That's so funny. I don't remember doing that. That's funny. Take the pain. Oh yeah, that's good. Who wants to live here now? Angus Hatcheteers. Hatcheteers? Okay. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I remember the wrestling game for Super Nintendo. I actually figured out how to glitch it out. I figured out how to escape the ring and go up onto the audience. You could like walk around on the audience instead. Some kind of glitch. I don't know how the hell I figured it out. But like, do you remember Game Shark and Game Genie? You put the codes in and you get cheats, right? Well, as a kid, I could look at a page of codes and I could put the whole page of codes in from memory. It was insane. Like, when you don't use your brain for anything, it's actually really talented. Yeah. Yeah, oh man. Yeah. Man, I'm so glad that I have had those guys around as a kid. Because I had a lot of fun living with them. Like, when I was a kid, my favorite place in my life was the farm. I had way too much fun there. And I really wish we could have all stayed together somehow. But, you know, everyone's got to live their own life, right? It's not that we don't see each other anymore. Excuse me. But, you know, everyone's busy, right? That's the thing. Our drinks are going down. Yeah, like magazines. Remember those? Like, you used to order magazines through the mail, and you would get the previews of the games, and they'd give you codes, and they'd give you... Sometimes you'd get a demo disc to try out a game or something like that. I loved that stuff, man. Like, going to the store and getting a magazine, or ordering a magazine from online. Yeah, Nintendo Power. That stuff was really fun. I don't know whatever happened to them, but yeah, like that was really good stuff. Now everything's online, right? And the publications are terrible. I used to go to IGN for a lot of stuff, but what people do now is they AI generate their article. So there'd be like 5 websites, and they'd all have the exact same article, because they're all owned by the same people. Yeah, game walkthroughs. Yeah, back in the day when you couldn't just look stuff up, right? Yeah, I still have some game guides in the basement. I have a bunch of them. Like, that stuff should be worth money. Human Axeman is visiting. Okay, our metalwork is done. Let's build some gold statues. Statue, there we go. Yeah, we'll make 10 gold statues. There was another good website. It's called GameFAQs, FAQ, Frequently Asked Questions. People would write guides for it. They're amateur, right? So some of them were good, some of them not so good. But you'd get the information that you needed from them. And like, games didn't always have like a compass to show you the way. Like, you remember Skyrim, right? You have like the compass and it shows you where everything is, and you just go to those things and you know where they all are. So it's a pretty easy game to play. But Elder Scrolls wasn't always like that. Like Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. You'd get a quest from someone and they'd be like, oh, follow the road north out of town until you reach the river, then go east until you find the mountains, then south until you find the tomb. You know? They just gave you loose directions, and you'd be going, and you're like, "What? Where the hell is this thing?" And you'd be finding like all kinds of stuff, anything but what you were looking for. But that was really fun. Like, as a kid, I really enjoyed that because, you know, it was fun. Now when I play a game, I hate looking for stuff because it feels like a waste of time. So, like, I'll spend like 5 minutes on something, and then I'll just look it up. Because, like, I don't want to waste time on these, right? Like, tomorrow I'll probably play Stalker again. And I gotta look up what I have to do next because I want to beat that game just to have it beat. I'm not really like... It's okay. But the thing about the Stalker games is they're very unforgiving. Like, they'll throw all kinds of crap at you. Like, there's Stalker 1, then the 2 expansions. So there's 3 Stalker 1 games, and then there's Stalker 2. So I want to beat the Stalker 1 games just to have them on my channel. And then maybe at the end of the year, if Stalker 2 is on sale, I'll pick that up and I'll start playing that. But I kind of like having the ability to look forward to something in the future, right? I didn't have that before because I wasn't doing anything. So, I mean, what's my future, right? Like, this channel has given me a lot to think about and a lot to do. And you can put as much work into it as you want. But it's better if you spread yourself out. Like, doing like 4 or 5 hours every day, or 5 or 6 days a week, that's not bad, you know? That's not full-time hours, so it's still pretty much a hobby. Like what Blind does, he streams 10 hours a day for 4 days, then he'll edit videos for 3 days. So he never takes a day off. But it works because his channel is growing. He makes enough money to pay for a place in Vancouver. And he's really fun. Like, he enjoys doing what he does. Like, he dropped out of high school at 16 to work at McDonald's. And when he turned 19, he started doing Twitch. And he's been doing Twitch for 11 years. He's 30 now. Which is funny because he's got more gray hair than I do. I thought he was like 40, but he's only 30. Like, he's younger than me. And he's like, I make enough that I can refuse sponsorships, you know? Some people, they need those sponsorships to pay the bills. And that's kind of sad because once you're sponsored, you kind of don't have control over what you do. And I'm not really a big fan of losing control of stuff. So, like, if they're saying, oh, you have to play this game and you have to play that game, I wouldn't enjoy that at all. Like, I want to do what I want to do, and that's why I'm doing this and not working at a job, because I want to do what I want to do. And if I can grow this into something that makes a little bit of money, then that would be great. Like, that would be a dream come true. But that won't be for a while. Like, it's going to take years, right? But it's so easy to do. Like, as long as your internet works, you don't have to worry about anything. You just play the game and you talk, right? Or not talk. Like, you don't have to talk. Like, I'm only talking this much in this stream because you're here, and because this is what I like to do with the Dwarf Fortress stream. Like, I like to sit back and relax. So when Zarek streams, he just talks nonstop. Like, he's an extrovert. He can just talk for like 12 hours in a row. No problem. Like, he's just got so much energy. Like, he's got ADHD or whatever you want to call it too. Well, I don't have ADHD, but like, he has something, right? And people like that are interesting because, you know, they're very expressive. And the more they express themselves, the more you kind of either like them or you don't like them. So, like, he got cat ear headphones for a gift from his family. And he's like, well, shame on you, I actually like them. So he wears cat ear headphones that light up. And people will come onto his stream and be like, dude, are you gay? Or, like, are you trans? And he's like, man, you're fucking dumb. You know? Like, he laughs at that shit. Because it just shows how simple some people are, right? Like, a grown man can wear cat ear headphones if he's confident enough to do it. And it looks good on him because he's a redhead. So he wears pink shirts. And pink looks good on him. So, like, who cares, right? And then he has a VTuber avatar. It's a cat boy in a French maid outfit with pigtails. He calls them handlebars. And people will come on and be like, I've been subscribed for 10 years and this is what you do? I'm unsubscribing. And he's like, okay, see ya. You know, like, he'll go out of his way to troll people. And he'll be like, I'll troll you once and I'll troll you again. Because it's funny. Looks like we're out of ingredients for booze. I don't know what's going to happen when we run out. I got nothing left. I already put an order out, but... Oh, it says I can. Okay. Yeah. Oh, empty storage item. Ah. The barrels. What happens to the barrels? I have to make a bunch of barrels. Yeah, I know. They're going to go crazy. Especially the children. The children are the biggest drunks of them all. I'm out of barrels. I don't know where they keep going. Oh, they went to storing the meat. Can I gather these? Yeah, I can. Cool, yeah, let's gather all that stuff. Yeah, let's check the dig site. Excuse me. What's this? Morian clusters. Some kind of gem. Oh, that's the edge of the map right there. Actually, no. I gotta get rid of that. Okay. Because I don't know if people can come off from the side of the map or not. More gold, nice. I wonder if those statues are done yet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, not like I don't know what happens to them. Okay, they're making the gold statues. Okay, keep that up. Still making charcoal. Okay, she's on the barrels now. Oh, I did have a butcher's shop. Yeah, there's still some glitches with this game. It's not really like 100% done, but for the most part, most of the stuff works pretty well. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make another coffee. Good stuff. Fungi wood. Can you chop these down? No? What do you do with them? I just got a check in the mail. It's for 200 bucks. It's a tax rebate, but I don't know if it's for me or if it's for my dad because we have the same name. Like, if it's not for me, I don't really care, but if it is, then that's great. Put that towards some new games. No, it's not. It's just some number or whatever. They, like, say, hey, like, there's a number to call, but no, the SIN's not on it. So I'm not sure. Normally when Dad has stuff sent to him, he's got his his middle initial on it, right? I don't usually put, well, I've never put my middle initial on something. So I don't know. I'll have to call them up and see if they have like an age or something for it. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened. I think that's usually why he puts his initial on stuff. Yeah, exactly. Maybe if I check, yeah, I haven't been able to get into my CRA for a while because I used to use my RBC to log in. Well, now I owe RBC a bunch of money, so they closed my accounts. So I have to get them to allow me to get on with Meridian, which is my current bank. Yeah, I don't know. Because normally they just direct deposit everything, so I don't know why they would send a check. And I was opening the envelope with a knife and I frickin' stabbed myself in the finger. That's the thing, like, you know, if I'm not buying weed, I don't really spend my money on anything. So it's not that big of a deal to me. Like, I try to get things on sale now. So, like, What's the last game I bought? Mass Effect, right? So Mass Effect Legendary Edition was $80 on Steam, even though it's an older game. But it's 3 games in one. So, you put it in your wish list, and then they'll send you an email when it goes on sale. Well, I got the game for like $15, which is freaking an amazing deal. And now I'm playing that on the channel, which is awesome. Because, like, that's what I would use my money for. Either food or games. And rent, of course. Like, I give half of what I get to Mom. So, that helps out. And then, every now and then I take us out for dinner. So that's not a bad thing. Like, I want to take us out to a restaurant, Cat's Caboose. They have a great beer selection. Like, they have Guinness there. Guinness is one of my favorite beers. And what did I have when I was there? Oh, yeah, pizza and wings. Yeah, their pizza was really good. Not the best pizza I've ever had, but it was really good. Yeah, I love that name. It's got a caboose outside on the side of the building. So Brett and Logan go there every Friday. That's kind of their hangout spot. So it's good that they have that going on. But yeah, they've got tons of really good food there. Excuse me, tons of really good food there. Lots of sauces. Like what kind of wings did I get when I was there? Oh yeah, 40 Creek Barbecue. Yeah, that was awesome. I love sauces made with alcohol because they taste really good. Kelsey's used to have Jack Daniels sauce for their wings, and they also serve Dr. Pepper. Not many restaurants serve Dr. Pepper. That's actually quite rare. And I'd go there for dates. So, yeah, that stuff was really good. You know, like, 99% of the time, I don't feel disappointed when I spend money on food. Because I usually get something that I like. We got Mandarin for New Year's. It was basically cold by the time we got to it. It wasn't that good. I was really disappointed in it. Because Mandarin used to be such a great place for food. But the buffet is like over $40 if you go on the weekend. It's ridiculous. And I can't eat a lot anymore. I can only eat like one plate of food and then I'm done. Because I don't want to get stuffed anymore. Like, I hate feeling stuffed. I used to, because of my anxiety, I used to overeat all the time. And you wonder how I didn't put weight on, right? Like, I would overeat at parties and just feel sick. And now it's like, nope, one plate of food and some dessert, I'm good to go. I'm not as much of a glutton as I used to be, so that's a good thing. Toad. There's a toad there. Little green dot. It's a toad. Okay, it's summer. I don't know if there's any plants available yet. Okay, there's a couple there. I'm gonna wait until midsummer before I send out another gather order. What's all this stuff out here? Rotten rat, red squirrel remains, stray reindeer bull skeleton. Weird. Why is all this stuff here? Turning it all into junk. So another thing about Cat's Caboose is they have live music. So if you go late on the weekends or during the week, they have live bands, which are cool. But personally, I'm not a fan of loud music because it makes me psychotic. Yeah, you wouldn't think that, but it does. Like, I get so excited that I start tripping. So I have to watch what I do. You know, if I get too excited, then I get into trouble. And I used to listen to music all the time when I was going through stuff. And it kind of gives me a bit of apprehension. So I don't really listen to music these days, but I should, right? It'll help me relax. Like I'm usually busy watching a stream. Okay, another thief. Okay, he's out of here. Okay. Okay, it's just telling me that I signed in. Okay. Yeah, the Nintendo Switch 2. Talking about the biggest scam. Like, Nintendo doesn't even make games for their systems anymore. It's kind of sad. Like, what are the new Nintendo games? So there's no Mario, no Zelda. Tales of a Shire, a Lord of the Rings game? What? Create your own Hobbit. How cute. Metroid Prime 4 is out this year? What? Man, if they bring out a Metroid Prime, that would make me want to get it. Yeah. Yeah, they just don't make it, like, it takes too long and too much money to make games now. Why is no one picking these up? So far, we've slaughtered 23 water buffaloes. Holy cow. Masterpiece water buffalo tripe roast. Masterpiece water buffalo meat roast. Oh, yeah. Today's stream's going pretty good. Having you along for the ride helps me out a lot because the most important not demographic, the most important metric of a YouTube channel is watch time. Like, they don't count your views. They don't count they don't count views or likes. What they count is subscribers count and watch time. So to be able to get memberships and donations on my channel, I need 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours in under a year. So that's what I mean. Once I get to my first year, it'll start overriding the previous year's hours, right? So that's why it takes people like a few years to get monetized on YouTube. If you don't have the audience watching your stuff all the time, you don't really get there. So what I really should be doing, what am I at now? Let's see. I'm at 1,544 out of 3,000. So I'm halfway there. So if I work really, really, really hard and do a lot of stuff, then I might get there this year. But probably not. If I hadn't have taken those months off and had just kept going, I would have been way higher than that. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do, right? So, not bad. That's the thing, like, that's what makes it so hard, though, right? Like, you're still growing, and YouTube only shows you to so many people. And, you know, I'm not a sexy woman or a cute VTuber, you know? So people won't subscribe to me as much as those people will. Like, I check out amateur channels all the time, and, you know, some people do really well, and some people have to work really hard and they do well. Some people work not that hard and they do well. You know, it just depends on what you're doing. So, yeah, it is basically, yeah, or some weird gimmick, right? Like, that's kind of why I stopped streaming Warhammer. One, it was hard to play. Like, it's hard. It's a hard game. And two, people more or less expect a certain level of excellence from you. I could do that. I wouldn't be embarrassed to dress up like a female. For Halloween in grade 6, I wore a dress and makeup to school. Nobody said anything. Just the one guy who was dressed up in a girl's wig. He's like, oh, hey, you got the same idea. I'm like, yeah, you too. So we hung out for the rest of the day. Zarek, for Halloween, wore a wig, a woman's wig. And his lips were burned from a skin condition. And he looked like he had lipstick on. So people were like, oh, you're wearing lipstick? Why are you wearing lipstick? He's like, it's not lipstick, it's a skin condition. My lips are burning. So, yeah. Because, like, all of his characters are cross-dressers, basically. Like, he played this game Starfield. He was, you can pick your model and you can pick your animation. So he picked a male model with female animations and lipstick and a mustache and long hair. It was really funny. Some people will come on to the stream and they'll look at that and they'll be like, dude, what is wrong with this guy? But he's just having fun, you know? Like bro, he said, if you don't play female characters, I think there's something wrong with you, you know? And he's right. Like, some of the female characters are way cooler than the male characters, like Lara Croft, right? Lara Croft used to be super cool. Like, one of the coolest video game characters around. Because she could do backflips, she could do side flips while shooting her pistols. She was a Tomb Raider. You know, she could jump, she could climb, she could roll, she could do all kinds of really cool stuff. And she wasn't like an overly sexual female. Yeah, she wore shorts and a t-shirt, but her breasts weren't huge, and she didn't have these huge hips or anything like that. Like Skyrim. Like, you watch Bro play Skyrim. Well, there are mods for Skyrim that give your female characters ridiculously large breasts or ridiculously large butts. And it's so silly that I can't handle it. And people that play those and enjoy them, you know, good for you. But I'm not that demented. Like, that shit is weird, okay? Like, I think women that are, like, super huge breasts and super huge butts, I don't find that attractive. I find it to be like a sideshow freak, you know? Like, I would never want to be with that person. But it's interesting to look at. Oh, man. Yeah. And, you know, people have done that. Like, there's a channel called... Their wagons have bypassed your inaccessible site. Okay, see ya, humans. I don't know why it's inaccessible, but okay. Needs unrotten body part. Yeah, so his name is Linus Tech Tips. He's got 16 million subscribers. There's a picture of him online dressed up as Daisy Duke. And, like, do you think people stopped watching him? No. In fact, more people started watching him because they're like, oh, I want to see what this dude's really like. If he's going to dress up like a woman, then I want to see what he's like. And he's just doing it as a flex, you know? What some people will do, it's called a shit test. They'll say something or they'll ask you something just to see how you react, you know? Like, oh, are you trans? You know, if someone asked me that, I'd be like, well, do I look trans, you know? Well, they ask Zarek that all the time because he wears pink shirts, he's got cat ear headphones, he plays cross-dressing characters. He's like, no, you know, just because I'm having fun doesn't mean I subscribe to that mentality. And if you are, you know, it's no big deal to me. Just don't expect me to follow you around or anything like that. Like, people can be whoever they want to be, right? That's what freedom is. But the thing about freedom is people infringe on other people's freedoms. So, like, when people are saying, oh, you have to accept this, you have to be okay with this, right? Like, if you're not for it, you're a bigot. Like, you're a misogynist or a homophobic or a fascist or whatever. It's like, well, just because I'm not with it doesn't mean I'm against it. You know, I can be neutral, right? There's nothing wrong with being neutral. But what happens is people on both sides of the argument will look at you being neutral and say, you're the jerk because you're not deciding. You know, why do I have to decide? You know, why? You know, I'm just one person. I'm not special. My opinion doesn't matter. That's why I don't vote, okay? My one vote is not going to change the scope of the world, okay? Plus, I don't want to subscribe to jury duty. I never want to be involved in that. Yeah, so, like, yeah, sure, send it to me. I like listening to that stuff. The thing about trans is it's not new. It's not new, right? Cross-dressing, is that considered trans? Actually, I'm going to look that up. Is cross-dressing trans? No, it's not. So that's what I mean. Like, I don't understand what the rules are, okay? I don't understand that. No one's educated me on that. So I don't know what really counts. So if cross-dressing isn't transgender, then what does it mean? Yeah, probably like ancient Rome, right? You know, the same thing. So, not really surprised by that. And, you know, like, you gotta pay attention to history, right? History is really important in showing you how people will react to things, right? So I was reading up on the Spanish Civil War because it happened so close to World War II. The Spanish Civil War ended 5 months before World War II. So one war ended and another one started up, right? That's why Ukraine is kind of scary. If and when that ends, hopefully it does end, what's going to happen after? I don't know. That's kind of scary to think about. But the thing is that I have hope for is because of technology, I'm hoping that most people have a clear head about what to do. Like, I have hope, right? Like, I hope humanity will find its way. Yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff happening right now, but that's always been the case, right? It's just now we know about it. People didn't used to know about this stuff because we weren't allowed to know, right? Like, propaganda. So, Disney, oh, Disney is so woke, it's so awesome. Well, back in World War II, Disney wrote anti-fascist propaganda and anti-Japanese propaganda. So Donald Duck is like fighting the Japanese and he's calling them all these racial slurs, and it's like, damn, dude, that's a cartoon. And Disney wants you to forget about all that. But it's the same company, right? So they're just doing the same thing, but from the other side. So they're making characters LGBTQ, which is fine. They can have characters too. But it's like, they're trying to get everyone into it, especially the children. And that's what's very insidious. There's nothing wrong with an adult deciding that they're trans or whatever, right? Just like there's nothing wrong with an adult having a drink or a smoke, right? It's all within the limits of the law. But a kid, you need to leave the kids alone, okay? Kids do not think about sexuality until they hit puberty. And the fact that there's people trying to prevent puberty from happening, I'm not saying any one group. Those people are in multiple groups. That's very insidious. Trying to stop a child from growing up. That's a crime, okay? That's a crime against humanity. Because, kids should be protected, right? When I was going through school, yeah, they were trying to teach you to be a good citizen, but they weren't trying to force sexual education on you. I didn't take sex ed until grade 6, so I was like 11, 12. Right before you hit puberty, basically. Some start earlier, some start later. Yeah, exactly. It's all pedo stuff, right? That's all it is. So, but I'm not going to get too into that. I don't want to have to private this stream. It's been going pretty well so far. But yeah, it is basically pedo stuff, right? Those are the ones that want to stop that from happening. So, have you ever heard of the castrata? The castrata were young boys that had their testicles removed so that they could retain their singing voice. And the last castrata was still alive during the early 1900s. You can look up the castrata and you can hear a castrata singing. And they have a really high, surreal, high-pitched voice. But some people think it's beautiful, I think it's weird. But that's what people used to do. So they're basically trying to start that up all over again. So these ideas are not new. They try to present them as new because if it's new, it's trendy, it's great. But if, this is from 1,000 years ago, why are we still doing it, right? Like, civilization should be moving forward, not backwards. So the fact that people try to keep these old, strange traditions alive is very odd. And the people that do that, like, who are they? We don't know who they are. It's just, you keep hearing people say this, people say that, people say whatever, but you don't know who they are because they're hiding themselves, right? So that's why, like, Instagram is so important, right? Instagram is a good source of news because people are giving you the honest truth rather than watching the news where it's all washed over. So it's really important that you get information somehow. Like you do Daily Wire, powers and principalities. Yeah, what's that? Let me look that up. Oh, our struggle is not against flesh, but against principalities and power, against the rulers of darkness, against the spirit. Oh, okay, yeah. Our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this world's darkness, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Yeah, exactly. Like the fight of good versus evil, right? Biblical evil, exactly, right? So like some places, right? You know, homosexuality used to be against the law, right? I see no problem in people loving each other, but as long as you're not trying to indoctrinate others into your lifestyle, right? So like Star Wars, the Skeleton Crew show, one of the child characters, their parents were two women. You know, if two women want to adopt a kid or have artificial insemination, you know, whatever, as long as they're good parents, right? Like Pierre Polyev, he was adopted by teachers, so he was adopted, you know, and his parents taught him right from wrong. You know, teachers probably make good parents. Not for me because I'm rebellious, but for others, yes. Like if you want a strong, sensible leader, teachers are a great example to follow. Except for Trudeau. Like drama, not so much. Because drama is full of weirdness, okay? Always has been, always will be. I'm not a fan of drama class at all. Because the stuff that you do, it's not really like part of your education. It's up to the teacher what you do. So like if you want to do exercises and stuff like that, that's great. But the problem is when you start putting on presentations, some people do well, others not so well, and the rest kind of fit in the middle. And the thing about drama class is the most popular kids will always be the ones to get picked. And that's what I hated about school is, well, I'm not popular, I'm not rich, so I never get picked for anything, you know? Like, I wanted to be in a play, and I couldn't get in because they had already picked the kids from last year, right? So how is that fair? You know, for a long time I thought school wasn't fair, but school gives you an idea of what society is going to be like. You know, not everyone is cut out for this or cut out for that, so they have to find something less to do. You know, school was like, oh, you're going to go to university and you're going to get a job and you're going to pay taxes and you're going to buy a house and you're going to have a family. And I'm like, whoa, I just want to play video games, okay? Like, I was not planning on going to university. My girlfriend basically tricked me into doing it because, oh, it's for your own good. Even though she tortured me the whole frickin' time about what to do. So, like, I hated it. But now that I'm so far removed from that situation, I would love to go back to school. But at the same time, is it really a good use of my time? Right? So like I said about Blind, he dropped out of school at 16 because he wasn't learning anything useful. He learned more working at McDonald's about life than he did at school. School does not prepare you for real life. It does not. It does not. Unless you go to an Ivy League school, right? A private school. If your parents are paying for you to go to school, then you better believe that your teachers are preparing you for real life because that's what they get paid to do, right? So like public school teachers, oh, we don't get paid enough, right? Bullshit. You get paid lots and you get the summer off, okay? Like teachers that complain, like that's the biblical evil right there. Like they don't make you feel like you can get anywhere in life because they did it and they're stuck teaching at school. Like if you don't like your job, do something else, okay? If you're stuck in a situation where you have to do something you don't like, you've made a mistake. And I hate making mistakes, and I do not want to be in that situation. So powers and principalities, yeah, that's actually really good. I'll have to keep that one in mind because that's basically what I stand for, right? Like, you know, my brothers and I, we're not like, we're not alpha males. We're sociable, right? We like people. We like having friends. We like interacting with people. But the people we interact with are negative, right? Like I worked with Matt, right? So I met some of the people that he works with. And talking to Tyler about it, he just reinforces everything I learned working there 10 years ago. That a lot of the people out there are freaking lunatics. They're crazy. And like, I have a mental illness. I have schizophrenia. I am absolutely crazy. 100% crazy. And yet these people put me to shame, right? They put me to shame. It's just unbelievable. Like, some of the people I worked with were some of the most troubled people I've ever met in my life. And like, I've been through some shit. You know? Like, it's kind of disturbing to see how low some people go. And yet, people will look at me and say, hey, you're not living your best life. And I'm like, dude, I am so happy right now. Like, I am totally happy. One of the best things I ever did for myself was start this channel. Because it's given me an outlet. You know? Like, I get to meet people, I get to talk to them, I get to share ideas. It's really satisfying. I like people. You know? I love them even. But some of the people that I've surrounded myself with, because I was mentally ill, I attracted the wrong type of person. So the people that I spent my time with, the people I had relationships with, were not good people. And I didn't know until I got older. And what happens is the older you get, the more you kind of stop being a kid and start being yourself. And when I moved in with roommates, who were my friends, I found out what they were really like. You know, they're eating my food, they're telling me what to do, they're messing around with my girlfriend, you know, all this really negative shit. And I'm like, I thought we were friends. And then they'll come to me and say, oh, you're such a good guy, you know, can you help me pay for this? It's like, dude, like, I don't want that shit. Like, my friend was like, oh, we should go halvesies on a car, and then we can both use the car whenever we need it. And I'm like, well, I have no intention of ever using that car, so it's a waste of my money. And then he just stopped he stopped being my friend. Okay? And he would say shit to the other guys about me, saying like, oh, I was unstable, and I was this, and I was that. You know? Like, the fuck are you talking about? You know, I was the most stable out of all of them. And yet I have schizophrenia, and yet I'm more stable than someone that doesn't have a diagnosis. That's how you know a lot of people out there are sick. Maybe not a lot. That's a generalization. Some people out there are sick and they need help. And medication's the only thing that helps me. So, and it was really hard to get diagnosed too. I had to go to the hospital multiple times and see multiple doctors and have multiple medications tried before I got to a point where someone said, okay, fuck all that other shit. We're going to start over. Take these 2 medications and see how you do. Once I was on just 2 I used to be on 4 medications. Now I'm on 2. The 2 I'm on now, heads and tails, like absolutely transformed my life. And even though it's a dependency, it's helped me out a lot. And now I'm actually doing stuff with my life, you know? I didn't want to talk to people. I didn't want to hang out with people. I didn't want to go anywhere. I didn't want to do anything because I was so sick. Now I'm like, oh yeah, what's the next adventure? You know? But I have to manage myself. That's the thing. Like I was saying about music, you know? If I get too excited, I will start tripping, even though I'm on medication. Because when you spent your whole life thinking a certain way, it's hard to turn that around. You know, I had to really break myself down to rewrite how I felt. You know, I went through some pretty low times, and I would not wish that on anybody. But I have hope now because I've gotten better. So now that I have hope, everything is good now. You know, I don't worry about stuff anymore. I worry about other people, but I don't really worry about myself now. Right? And that's what you're supposed to do. Like, get yourself to a point where you're doing good and then start supporting others, right? So that's what I do, you know? I try to support others. Like, Cindy and I are hanging out, but she's at work, so having this stream to hang out at is helping you at work, right? Because work is boring, right? And Cindy's helping me because she's watching my stream and giving me watch time, and she's giving me someone to talk to. And I love talking to Cindy. I love talking to you, you know, because we have a similar kind of vibe, right? You know, we have experiences with negativity, but we've overcome them and we've become positive. Like, everyone in my family is positive, right? I call myself the black sheep. Yeah, love you too. And, you know, if I'm the black sheep, I'm okay with that. I know who I am. I know where I stand now. So all I can do now is share my experience with people and hopefully help them. Like, when we had the last party here, I was talking to your sons about my situation and telling them about what I was going through and how I feel. And I think it's important that people know about this stuff because, you know, what if your kid's going through something, right? You know, it could happen. But if you know that you can get better, then you have hope, right? Hope is a really potent medication, right? It makes you believe in positive results. And usually, more often than not, things go better than worse. Yeah. So, as long as you keep a positive attitude, you don't have to worry about stuff, right? Because when you carry negativity, people can see that. They'll read it on your face, they'll read it in your body language, and some people will take the piss out of you, right? They will tease you, they'll harass you, they will follow you, they'll mess with you, okay? And if you're like, you know, not an alpha male or some sexy dude with a ripped body or whatever, you know, you don't have to worry about that stuff because, like, I can do this. I can stream. I can play games. I can talk to people. I can entertain. I can connect. Some people can't do that, you know? Maybe they're jealous of me somehow. Maybe they're making fun of me is their way of dealing with their own insecurity. And if laughing at me makes them feel better, you know, I'm fine with that. Why are they not picking up this stuff? They don't want to pick up these dead rats and... Whoa! What the heck? There's all the buffalo bones. Holy crap. Look at that, Cindy. Look at all the crap there. All in that one spot. I just see me rolling my hands around. Holy cow. We're really far behind in the stream. Yeah, look at that. Holy crap. Horns, bones, skull, hair, cartilage, hoofs. Yeah, holy crap. That is a pile. Oh, I wonder how that happens. That's so weird. Because the only other pile I have is this one here. Oh no, they actually got rid of all that stuff. Oh, this game cracks me up sometimes. Yeah, they keep up. Where did that rat come from? They're picking up rats and putting them... Oh, there's another one! Stuff like this really cracks me up, and I love it. I love it so much. Burn it? I don't know. I don't know. What is this? That's melting for a smelter. I'll just see if I can unlock it. Okay. Yeah. Designate for dumping. Okay, let's see if they do it. And then all this blood. I don't know where this blood comes from, but it's kind of funny. Holy crap. Yeah, it's doing it again. Where's all this water coming from? Alright, this is some bizarre shenanigans. Oh, man. Yeah, I would like to meet a nice woman that feels the same way as I do. I would love to meet a woman that's into games as much as I am. You know? Like, I've seen them online. They do exist, but they usually live in other countries. I have not seen a Canadian female streamer. But, like, so you've probably heard the term gamer girl, right? So, gamer girl. I kind of find it a bit offensive, but, you know, women that play video games, right? It's like, oh, wow, they're so rare, right? It's like, no, they're not. They just don't feel the need to come online and show themselves off to a bunch of men, right? Because that's the thing, like, most of the people that are online watching games and playing games are men, which is true. It's not that women don't play games, it's that, you know, typically men, you know, are playing the games. Like, I find, you know, this is a generalization. It's not true for everyone. But I find women are more emotionally savvy and do things that are more useful to them, right? Like, oh, I'm going to skip work so I can play a video game. Like, that's kind of a man thing to do, you know? But women will do it too. So we're getting to the point where they're getting more exposure. They get exposure because they can go online, right? They can go onto YouTube or they can go onto Twitch and they can share their love of games. And I'm seeing a lot of women playing old video games that I used to love playing. And I think it's great they're finding those games because they're really good, right? Like, a lot of the new games are shit, but the old games are still good. So seeing women pick them up as a hobby and play them online, that makes me happy. I'm happy for them because I think video games are really cool. Yeah, there's some bad games out there and there's some, you know, smutty games out there. But for the most part, I think they're a great source of interaction because it's art that you can interact with, right? So like Phantasy Star, right? There would have been a dialogue, there would have been combat, there would have been art, right? Elder Scrolls, you know, you have books that people write, you have conversations that you take part in, you have battles that you fight, you have potions that you brew, you make armor and weapons, you know, you can do whatever you want in the game, right? That's expression. And it's a sandbox you can play in. Like, I think it's great that mom plays games. I think it's good for her. I think as long as she keeps playing games and watching Instagram and writing down recipes, that's going to keep her mind active. That's good for her, you know? Like, watching TV is good, but it's also non-interactive, right? When I watch TV with my family, we're talking about the show, or we're talking about random shit. So we're socializing while we do it. You know, that's our favorite part of every day. 7 o'clock comes around, we all get together, and we watch movies and we watch TV. So it's not that we don't spend time together, but that's our time that we hammer out. That's when we do things. And now mom is playing Stardew Valley with her granddaughters on one of the evenings, and that's great too, because now they can all have that thing going on. And they talk about a lot of interesting stuff when I hear them talk sometimes. So that's good, you know? Like, video games let you do that. So back when there's more games to play, you know, me and my brothers and my nephew would play games online. And that's how we socialized, you know? You know, we're not really like, we can sit and talk, but we're not like the center of attention, right? That's why parties are so good, because you get a chance to like talk about all the things you've been thinking about. So I love family parties. And it doesn't get too wild. We don't drink or anything like that, so it doesn't get wild. Oh, someone's dead. Tor, he fell into the pond. Rest in peace, Tor. Okay, we need to make him a gravestone. We can make a memorial for a stray cat. That's kind of funny. Oh, yeah. Seems that the poets are kind of crazy. Yeah, we don't want any more ghosts. Yeah, so like I really enjoy YouTube. Like I've talked to some interesting people. And you know, even if nobody's there, I'll still talk, just not like this. You know, I'm talking a lot on this stream because it's Cindy's here. It says there's 2 people here, so I know Cindy's here, and apparently someone else is here too. So I appreciate your spending your time here with us and listening to us chat about stuff. Means a lot because it does help me out. I do want this channel to grow, so I am committed to trying to bring some entertainment to the table. And, you know, I'll try not to talk about anything too edgy. Like, I hope that, you know, being neutral about stuff like trans and LGBTQ, you know, that's for you. It's not for me. That's okay. You know, I wouldn't try to force video games on you, right? So, as long as you don't force your thing on me, that's fine. You know? Like, people should do what makes them happy, right? So, the reason why I feel a certain neutrality about trans is I worked with a trans man. He was a woman. And he said that he transformed to learn to love himself. Well, the person was kind of a jerk, so if transitioning doesn't make you happy, you know, I don't know why you did it. I felt kind of bad for the person, but you shouldn't pity anybody because they're adult. They're an adult, right? Adults, once you hit like 30, your brain's developed enough that you can decide for yourself what you want to do, right? So do what you want to do. Like, I want to do this. But if I want to take a day off, yeah, I'll take a day off. You know, if I want to take a week off, yeah, I'll take a week off. I'll do it when I want to do it. Until it gets to the point where I have to maintain it, right? It's like a garden, right? I've only planted a couple crops. Just a couple. And I'm starting to nurture them, right? So, I don't want to overwhelm myself, right? Because that's what happened to me before. I was getting overwhelmed with Warhammer 3 because, yeah, people were supportive, but they also tell you what to do. And I wasn't really comfortable with that because I want to just play the game and have people watch. But at the same time, it does help to have people tell you things, right? So I have to figure out a way to be comfortable with having feedback. You know, I'm not like Zarek. Like, Zarek, if you backseat game him, he'll tell you to fuck off. Right? But I'm not like Zarek. Like, Zarek is very extroverted. I'm like in between an introvert and an extrovert. Like, in the middle, right? So yeah, I can talk about a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to be like if someone came on and started like harassing me, I'd just be like, I wouldn't know what to do. You know? That hasn't happened yet. I haven't had anyone come on and take shots at me yet. So, like, I think about what I'd do if that happened, but, you know, it hasn't happened yet. So, when it does, you know, maybe I'll be prepared for it, maybe I won't, right? So, but I'm not doing anything to antagonize anyone. Like, yeah, I get, oh, you know, pink used to be for boys and blue used to be for girls. That's the way it used to be, right? If you have grandparents or older parents, then thank you, sir. May I have another? I don't know what you mean by that. I might have just said something and forgot about it, but yeah. Okay. Core. Let's put the tombstone down. But yeah, anyway, we're getting pretty close to the end of the stream. Cindy will be done work soon, and then I'll hop off and go watch Zarek play Stardew. but I've been having fun. So like I look forward to these streams. Oh, that could disarm anyone? Sounds good. Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, okay. If someone takes a shot at you, thank you, sir. May I have another? Yeah. That's basically what my attitude would be. You know, well, you know, if that makes you happy, so be it, dude. Unless you're getting super belligerent. Yeah. But, like, I don't know. Ugh. So, I wonder what we're doing. I think we're having pork chops for supper today. Whatever makes you feel sexy. Okay, yeah, exactly. Oh, Fletch too. Nice. Yeah. Oh, man. What's that guy's name? Chevy Chase. Yeah, I love Chevy Chase. Holy cow. Like, that stuff used to be really funny. You know? Yeah. Like, that kind of stuff is funny. Not like people like Seinfeld or Friends or How I Met Your Mother or Big Bang Theory. I hate that shit. I think they're all trash. I think if you have a laugh track in your show, you're not a comedian. You're a clown, okay? When you watch those shows without the laugh track, it's disturbing. It's like, who talks like that? I don't find that stuff funny at all. But like, the vacation movies, right? Like, their jokes are not jokes. They're just acting like a jackass in a given situation. And that's funny. You know? Like, that's why I find reality TV kind of sad. Because, it's phony, right? It's all phony. Wait, is that another dead person? No, that's the same guy. Okay. Yeah, like Survivor, right? It's just a bunch of backstabbing assholes playing stupid games. You know, I don't find that entertaining at all. Or Amazing Race. Oh, you remember Fear Factor? People eating bugs and shit like that? Like, that's freaking absurd. Like, forcing people to do gross shit for entertainment, that is like sadism right there. Absolutely sadism. You know, you're inflicting pain on people for your own enjoyment, right? Joe Rogan. I like Joe Rogan. He has some funny shit to say sometimes. But like, I like it when he winds somebody up and just listens to them talk, and then you get to see what that person's really like. You know, like Elon Musk. He was on Joe Rogan a couple times, I think. And like, the dude is an animal, okay? He is not a normal human being. He is so weird. And people that idolize him are kind of sad because this guy does not give a shit about regular people. He doesn't. Absolutely doesn't. Okay? And this is what he does. So there's a game called Diablo 4. It's got an online leaderboard. He is paying someone to play his file to make him the best player in the world. Because you know he's not doing it himself. Because I saw him at Trump's inauguration. So someone else was playing Diablo 4 for him. Okay? He's trying to look cool to all the nerds. But he doesn't care about them. Like, if you're a billionaire, why do you give a shit what someone that makes $20,000 a year thinks of you? Why do you care? That shows you're insecure, okay? I don't need people to shower me with praise to know that I'm doing a good job, okay? I can tell myself I'm doing a good job, and that's all I need, you know? Like, doing these streams, you know, some people couldn't handle doing that. So I'm proud of myself for what I've achieved so far. You know? Because I'm building something, I'm making something. And I couldn't really do that before. I couldn't really make anything. You know, like, bro, I watched him make the ventilation by hand, and I'm like, holy shit, like, how do you learn how to do something like that? And the simple answer is trial and error. Like, that is amazing that he can do that. Yeah, so, like, I'm not really into celebrity worship. Like, the Bible teaches you not to worship idols, so I've never idolized anybody except Steve Irwin. I love Steve Irwin. Man, when he was alive, Adam and I would watch his show every single day. We loved him. And when he died, that was the only celebrity death I ever cared about. I came home from school, I went online, Steve Irwin was dead. I fucking cried, okay? We both cried. Because that guy was inspirational. And the world is missing out on not having him around, right? But he died doing what he loved, which was, making that show. And educating people about animals and getting them to love animals. Because animals are great, Like, some animals need people to help them out. So, like, that's great, Who else did I really like? Survivor Man, Les Stroud. Like, I really looked up to him too because he's showing you how to survive legitimately, not like Bear Grylls, because Bear Grylls is all about stunts. Les Stroud shows you how to survive for real, okay? But the thing that I learned is, don't get stuck out in the woods, because you'll probably die. That's why I don't do that stuff. But it's a really good show. So, yeah, that stuff is great. Like sports. I appreciate sports for what they bring to the table. Like, being part of a team, physical capability, athleticism, those are all important traits. But only to the people that really care about them. Like, I tried out for football and I'm like, whoa, I do not want to work that hard, okay? So, no thank you. But like, some people are so into it, right? That they get angry when their team loses, and I'm like, why are you so invested in it that you get angry at this? Like, I used to get angry at video games. And I took a break from playing them because I was tired of being angry, right? Like, who wants to be angry? Like, that sucks, right? Anger sucks. It sucks the life out of you. So, I play games now for fun. I'm not trying to compete or anything like that. I just want to enjoy myself. So if I play for 25 minutes and I'm done, that's fine with me, okay? I do it when I want to do it. I do it when I can do it. It doesn't have to be that big of a deal. So, like, I like watching games just as much as I enjoy playing them. And I enjoy listening to people talk about games and talking about stuff. So, like, what I just did for the last 4.5 hours, I'm going to watch someone else do that for the next 4.5 hours. And I'm going to enjoy every second of it. So, this is a good thing. I'm glad that we got away from games are satanic, because if that had stuck around, that would have been terrible. Like, there are worse things than video games. There are some bad games out there, but for the most part, they're pretty good. And as long as you're not obsessed with them to a negative degree, then who cares, right? Like, some people watch 8 hours of sports a day, and they're happy. Or, they go to the bar and they watch the game and they hang out with their buddies, that's great. As long as you're positive about everything, you don't have to worry about what you're doing. We're up to 247. It's not the biggest fort I've ever seen, but we're doing pretty darn good for not really knowing what we're doing. So you're just about ready to head out, eh? I'll stick around with you until you're ready to leave. I used to smell my fingers all the time when I would get anxious. I'd sniff my fingers. I haven't done that in a long time, but I'm starting to get excited from all the talking, so I'm starting to get a little bit loopy. So what I mean, like, if I get too excited, I'll become intoxicated by it. It's kind of funny, but that's me. So, excuse me. I try not to embarrass myself, but if I do something silly or say something silly, it's no big deal. But yeah, had a lot of fun today. Appreciate everyone for checking out the stream. We had 20 views today. That's pretty good. And like doing this once a week, I'm happy with playing it once a week. I couldn't play this every day. I'd get too overwhelmed by it. But playing a game once a week, I kind of like that. Because it gives me time to get over it, right? Like, I tried doing, like, games multiple days in a row, and I didn't like it as much that way. I kind of like having the variety. And the thing is, people will say, oh, well, variety streamers don't do as well. Well, hey, I have fun. So, that's all I really care about. You know, most of the streams I did in the past had no chats, no viewers, or anything like that. Like, you know, just, you know, didn't happen. But, you know, slowly and surely, we're getting to that point. Alright, so, yeah. Anyway. So, I'll sign off now. You're probably done, eh, Cindy? Alright, well, I'm gonna wrap things up. Oh, you're in the car? Okay, jeez. Alright, then, well, thanks for being here, Cindy. I really appreciate you hanging out with me and listening and talking to me. As always, you know, love you lots. And, yeah, thanks to everyone else who came and checked out the stream for a bit. So I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Oh, snap. Okay, well, try to have some fun at work too, Cindy. Love ya.